Game of a three-game series against American League East rival the Boston Red Sox. Toronto off to a 10-9 start where the Red Sox have really struggled early in the season. It's a very special night here at the Rogers Center tonight. It's the Jays Care Foundation Charity Broadcast Auction. The phone banks are already open. You can call in, make bids on a number of great baseball items throughout the course of this ball game, and we're going to give you more details of that just a little bit later. Hello, everybody. I'm Buck Martinez, along with Pat Tabler. And Pat, this Boston Red Sox club always had good pitching, and they went out and beat that up a little bit by signing John Lackey. And everybody was concerned about the Blue Jays rotation because there was no longer Roy Halladay in the middle of it. But so far, the Blue Jays have outpitched the Red Sox.
3 weeks into the season, it's flip-flopped, where there was question marks on the Blue Jays starting staff, and the Red Sox know. Look what happened so far this season. The Red Sox starting pitching has not been a strong point for them. They are towards the bottom of the pack in the American League in earned run average, where the Blue Jays have outpitched them going deeper into the ball game. The opponent's batting average is better, and that's why the Blue Jays have a winning record.
The pitching matchup tonight, right-hander Josh Beckett will go up against Dana Evelyn, and both of these pitchers have struggled against their opponents tonight. Beckett has really had trouble with the Blue Jays, and Evelyn, on the other hand, in 3 starts, has really been hit hard by the Red Sox.
Yeah, he really has. Josh Beckett, when you talk about him and what he has done against the Blue Jays, his last 4 starts, he has not won a game. Look at the earned run average, about 13, and where I see the problem here, length, averaging just 4 1/3 innings. The problem with Beckett is his inability to locate his fastball. Everything has been up. His curveball has been rolling against the Blue Jays when he's faced them the last 4 times.
And the Red Sox had a philosophy change in the offseason. More pitching, more defense. They thought that would be the answer, but at 8-11, they're off to their worst start since 1996.
They don't have those thumpers in the lineup anymore that they used to have in Ramirez and Ortiz when he was in his prime. So the runs are down this year. You cap that with the earned run average up around 5, and you can see why they have had such a rough start. That year you were talking about, their worst start since 1996. They finished 3rd in the American League East with 85 wins.
Well, we mentioned it's a special night. The Jays Care Foundation broadcast auction is tonight, and we have a host of connected with us. Ivanka Osmak is going to join us for the rest of the night. And Ivanka, tell us more about this great opportunity for the fans to check in on baseball memorabilia.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Well, you're watching the on-field action. There's lots of fun happening here at Gate 9 at the Rogers Center. As you mentioned, Buck, it is the 2nd annual Jays Care Foundation Charity Broadcast Auction. Last year was such a success, raised almost $50,000. So this year we're back. We've got 9 really unique special experiences that you can bid on. So I'll tell you a little bit about them. Starting going one-on-one with Aaron Hill. You and a friend will take private batting lessons from the second baseman. You'll get in the action seats for a game, 2 personalized uniforms, and also some photo opportunities on the field, and taking in BP with some of the pros. That gets started at $1,500. And if batting isn't your thing, well, what about pitching? Ricky Romero, learn from one of the best in the AL. He'll take you to the mound, you and a friend, and he'll teach you how to throw a proper ball. You'll also, again, get in the action seats for you and your friend, go to batting practice, get some uniforms, and take some great photo opportunities from down on the field at the Rogers Center, and that also starts at $1,500. So bids are currently being accepted right now, and we will be taking them until the very last outing, last out in the 7th inning, 10 minutes after that. So start calling all in. You can see all the girls are anxious for you to ring in. The number is at the bottom of your screen. Now, coming up after the break, I'm going to tell you about one of the coolest experiences that is up for bids tonight. It's taking a cool trip to Boston, to historic Fenway Park. We'll tell you more coming up in a few. charity broadcast auction. You see all those people up there? They are waiting for you to call in the number on your screen for 9 really cool, unique, once-in-a-lifetime experiences, items that you can bid on tonight throughout the entire game until 10 minutes after the last out in the 7th inning. So I told you about some experiences that you can have with a couple of the Jays earlier. Well, what about taking a trip to Boston? This, by far, is my favorite, and it's already gone up by $500. Here's what it includes. You get airfare for 2, compliments of Air Canada, Kids Horizon, hotel, and then 2 tickets to the entire 3-game series at Fenway. You get a tour of the historic park, plus Jays jerseys, and taking in batting practice. And as I mentioned, that bid, it's already gone up by $500. If you feel like staying local, why not get in on the Jays VIP experience? This is getting up close and personal with the team. A meet and greet with President and CEO Paul Beeston, GM Alex Anthopoulos also. You get a tour of the renovated Jays clubhouse, and also throw out the ceremonial first pitch. No pressure. And then $500 to spend at the Jays shop, so you can wear a Jays outfit from head to toe. That's at $1,500. And currently sitting at $1,000, Major League memorabilia. You get 92-93 World Series team autographed locker chair that you're seeing right now. A jersey that the entire Jays team has signed, plus a couple more jerseys, a Jackie Robinson jersey signed by Ricky Romero, and plenty of other cool things. Again, that's going for $1,000. And speaking of one of the members of the 92-93 World Series team, there's Joe Carter. He is going to be catching the first pitch tonight that was actually bid on by that man right there for $500, starting at the first pitch before tonight's game. For now, let's throw it up to Buck and Pat in the booth. Guys?
Thanks, Ivanka. And Joe Carter is here in the house tonight. A great World Series memory for a lot of fans here. And Ivanka did a great job, Pat, talking about the Jays Care Foundation. And for all the listeners, we want to make sure you pay attention in the course of the night, because you're going to have a chance to bid on all these great items, including that trip to Fenway Park. And you've been there. We've both been there. Tickets are tough to come by at Fenway Park, even if you're in Boston.
Yeah, don't come asking for tickets from us, because we can't get them. So get out there and bid on it. It is really a neat experience to go to Boston, get a feel for walking into Fenway Park and watching the games, and just getting a feel for old-time baseball. It's really something special.
Well, let's take a look at Terry Francona's lineup tonight. They're off to an 8-11 start, 4th in the American League. Scudero, Pedroia, and then Kevin Youkilis, the first baseman. Youkilis, against the Jays last year, hit .339 with 5 home runs and 12 RBI. This is not the deep lineup that we're so used to that always featured a lot of thunder in the middle, but it's a little different makeup now. Lowell's a DH tonight. J.D. Drew's in right field. The veteran and captain Jason Varitek behind the plate. Newcomer Adrian Beltre at third. Bill Hall's in left, and Darnell McDonald will start tonight in center field.
Dana Evelyn will take the mound. That is the lineup that he will face tonight. This will be his 4th start of the season. He's looking to continue a strong April. He's undefeated at 2-0 with a very good ERA at just 1.93. Coming off his shortest outing thus far, pitching into the 6th inning. That's saying something right there if that is your shortest outing of the season, pitching into the 6th inning. Against Kansas City last Tuesday. In that game, he gave up 3 runs and picked up a no decision. There are the numbers for the left-handed starter tonight, Dana Evelyn.
Well, Evelyn is a guy that has not fared well against the Red Sox in 3 previous starts. He was hit hard and hit early.
Yeah, he certainly has, but he's a different pitcher than the one that we saw the last few years when he was with the Oakland Athletics. The scouting report for Dana Evelyn tonight, he is mixing speeds. He's got the fastball, the curve, the slider, and the change, and he's using his fastball just a little bit more, making the adjustments that he has to in-game to get Major League hitters out, and there's the number. Trouble with the Sox that you were just talking about, Buck. 3 career starts versus Boston. He hasn't beaten them, and the batting average against him is over 400. So the Red Sox have had their way with Evelyn. Let's see if he can change that. The defense for the Jays tonight, Lewis, Snyder, and Wells will form the outfield on the corners tonight. Overbay and Jose Bautista will get the start at third base. Double play combination of Alex Gonzalez, Aaron Hill, John Buck will be the other part of the battery tonight with Dana Evelyn.
Marco Scudero will get a nice welcome here to the Rogers Center, having spent his last 2 seasons playing for the Blue Jays. He signed in the offseason as a free agent. He will lead things off tonight against Dana Evelyn.
Scudero meant a lot to this team and did a lot of good things for the Blue Jays. You really don't get to appreciate him unless you watch him day in and day out like we have here.
First pitch to Scudero is a strike with a fastball. Evelyn really off to a good start here. He got a chance to pitch because he threw so well in the spring and won that 5th starter spot, and he's done just about everything they hoped for early. In his 3 previous starts against Boston, he was pitching with Oakland, and he got hit hard and hit early. Base hit up the middle. Scudero starts it off with a single to center.
Well, you mentioned how he was hit early and often against his other starts against the Boston Red Sox. The first inning was the tough inning for him.
In his first career start against the Red Sox, he gave up 5 runs in the first inning. In the next start, he gave up 3 runs in the first inning. But as Pat mentioned, he's a little different pitcher now. He utilizes the changeup a little more. Dustin Pedroia, the second baseman, off to a good start. 5 home runs in the early going. Ball 2 away with the fastball.
They talked about Pedroia possibly hitting in the 3-hole, so he started the year there. He's had so much success hitting out of the number 2 hole, becoming one of those table setters for the Boston Red Sox. That experiment did not work. They moved him back into the 2 hole, and he started to get off again on Saturday.
Right to the third baseman, and Bautista hauls it in. Line drive right at Bautista. 1 out.
Couple of hits for Pedroia, moved up into the number 2 hole on Saturday, and he has one. Well, he thinks he has one here. Hits it right on the button against Evelyn, but right at the third baseman.
So now Kevin Youkilis will bat with a runner on and 1 out. There's a breaking ball for a strike. So many of these Red Sox really not used to their team struggling early. Just 8-11 to start the season. That's their worst start since 1996 through 19 games.
Just 4-15 that year, 1996, after 19 games. They're not scoring the runs like they used to. There was always that fear of the home run in the middle of that lineup.
Nicholas takes the ball down. Well, when they got things turned around and won their first World Series in 2004, the heart of the order featured Manny Ramirez and David Ortiz in their prime, and they were game changers.
And it always seemed like they were up in big situations, too, late in the ball game.
Youkilis into left field, a base hit. Scudero stops at second base. Youkilis with his first hit of the night. 2 hits in the inning now for the cleanup hitter, Mike Lowell.
Now, something that the Blue Jays are going to have to watch now with Dana Evelyn. That's 3 balls that are squared up by the Red Sox. He's got to get the ball down and keep it on the corners. Looks like he's going to have to change speeds just a little bit more against this Red Sox team.
Mike Lowell, the DH tonight, in the cleanup spot. Fastball away. John Buck's going to go out and have a little visit with his pitcher right now. First innings are always a challenge. I don't care who you are or who you're pitching against, and Even's having a tough time getting into the flow of the game here.
How many times have you talked to pitchers where they feel great down in the bullpen? They have a great side session, a great bullpen. They come out onto the mound and they've lost it all.
Well, they get the adrenaline pumping and everything else, and you just try to get into the flow of the game, find out where the strike zone is, and get your pitches over, and you're always dealing with the toughest part of the lineup, top of the order. A ball and no strikes on Mike Lowell. There's a strike on the corner.
Conversely,
so sure. He kind of thought maybe it was off the plate.
Yeah, well, the Red Sox hitters are so good at recognizing pitches and knowing the strike zone. They take their time. They see a lot of pitches.
There's a little looper into left field. That's going to get down safely. We're going to stop Scudero at third base. 3 hits in the inning already for the Red Sox. And the bases are loaded. Mike Lowell with a single into left field.
Fred Lewis does a nice job in left field, really decoying the runner, Marco Scudero, who is at second base. He's got to make sure that the ball gets down. If you take a look at Lewis here on this replay, watch him deke like he's going to make the catch. So Scudero is not coming hard. He's got to make sure that it gets down, and that's why Tim Bogart cannot score him. Watch him hesitate just a little bit there to make sure it gets down, and by then it's too late.
J.D. Drew, the left-hander, will bat with the bases loaded. Lays off a breaking pitch. The appeal down at third base. Gary Cederstrom said he checked in time. J.D. Drew off to a slow start. Cuts on a fastball and misses. This is where Evelyn just has to think about one good pitch and I'm out of this inning.
Right. If it's a sinker down and in to try and get that ground ball out, Evelyn can get the ground balls against that Baltimore Orioles team in his first start of the season. He got 14 ground ball outs. There is the inner defense for the Blue Jays.
Ball in the dirt, blocked by Buck. Squared up on it. They might have crossed each other up there. And
I think they did. Man at second base, you got to know what sign they're using. Buck sees the ball.
Oh, he sure did.
Does a good job of keeping it in front of him.
Yeah, he thought he was going to get a breaking ball. That's why he was sliding down to his left. And then the fastball hit him right on the wrist, I believe. But they've got a runner at second base. And Scudero was at second base for the last at-bat. But somehow they got their signs crossed.
Looking for the local, and he got the express.
Yeah, when you do that as a catcher, you're expecting a ball in the dirt. That fastball seems like it's 130 miles an hour.
And it's right on top of you. And I think he got hit in the arm or the hand area. So that is his throwing arm.
Yeah, it's 2 balls and a strike. Now bases are loaded here in the first inning. Good fastball. One thing we have seen consistently from the Blue Jays starters this season is their ability to maintain focus even when they're in tough situations. Two balls and 2 strikes. Just got a piece of the breaking ball. 5 grand slams for J.D. Drew. Blue Jays have turned 22 double plays this season. 23 would get Evelyn out of a tough situation in the first. On the ground through the right side. That'll be a base hit. Scudero's coming in to score. Here's the throw to the plate from Snyder. The tag, and he got him. Kevin Youkilis is going to argue that he tagged him back over home plate, and he's going to get the support of his manager, Terry Francona.
I think Kevin Youkilis has a good argument. The Red Sox have been struggling scoring runs, and they've hit the ball hard and in good places. Good job by Travis Snyder as he picks up the assist from the outfield. What was impressive with that play by Snyder is how he charges the ball, comes up throwing, and throws a strike. He's going to take a chance. And he throws it on a fly, and from that angle right there, you can see that Kevin Youkilis, that foot was across the plate as he comes in the back door. And he's tagged by Buck, but banged out by Ed Hickox, home plate umpire.
Well, Marco Scudero did a good job of telling Youkilis to slide to the outside, and it looked like the Jays might have gotten a break there. 2 outs. Runners at the corners for Jason Varitek, who takes a pitch for a strike.
John Buck did a good job of blocking home plate and standing his ground and making Youkilis go around him. Maybe blocking off the umpire just a little bit. Jays will take that break. 2 out now in the inning.
Strike 2 to Varitek. So Dana Evelyn trying to minimize the damage here in the first inning. J.D. Drew picks up the RBI, driving in Marco Scutaro. Struck him out. Good job by Dana Evelyn as he avoids major damage. The Sox score 1. Middle of the first, they're up 1-0. Good run against the Red Sox. 300 for his career with 6 home runs and 32 driven in. Lynn, Wells, and Overbay, heart of the order. Gonzalez, Bautista, and Buck, and Travis Snyder, who made that good throw to the plate, will hit 9th against Josh Beckett.
Hopes to bounce back from a very poor outing. Give the bullpen a rest for the Red Sox. Last pitch on Wednesday versus Texas. Gave up 7 runs in 7 innings. That's not the Josh Beckett that we know. Biggest problem in that game, Buck, was 5 base on balls.
Leadoff batter Fred Lewis takes a strike. Lewis did not play in yesterday's game in Tampa Bay as David Price, the left-hander, made that start. Breaking ball in there for strike 2. Josh Beckett out in front, 1-0. 4 hits in the inning for the Red Sox. 0-2 to Fred Lewis. Just off the plate outside.
You were talking about pitchers in the first inning finding their release point. Harder for power pitchers as opposed to control pitchers to find the strike zone.
I don't think there's any black and white definitive guideline. Right there, Beckett paints the outside corner. First strikeout for Beckett.
Scouting report for the right-hander. Very sound mechanics. He has not been on the disabled list that much with arm problems because he's got very good mechanics. He throws that hammer curveball. You can't overthrow it. And hold on. He's got to hold runners on. Better job of doing that. When runners get on, they've been prone to steal against him in his career.
Hill swings at the first pitch and hits it toward left field, but Bill Hall is going to make the catch just short of the warning track. Aaron Hill jumped on a first pitch fastball from Beckett.
Red Sox wanted to become a better defensive team, but they've had some injuries. In the outfield, Hall, McDonald, and Drew. Beltre, Scudero, Dustin Pedroia, the Gold Glover at second base, along with Kevin Youkilis, who won a Gold Glove in his career. So gold on the right side and one on the left side with Adrian Beltre.
Adam Lind bats with 2 outs. Takes the first pitch on the corner for a strike. A lot of good head-to-head matchups for the Blue Jays hitters against Josh Beckett. Lind himself 5 for 11 with a home run against the Red Sox right-hander. Right back up the middle. A ringing base hit for Adam Lind. He's on with 2 down.
Really starting to swing the bat well. When he can drive the ball to left field, pull it if you have to. Good things are happening for Adam Lind. You mentioned his numbers against Josh Beckett. Good fastball hitter, good off-speed hitter is Adam Lind, and the numbers show it.
Now Vernon Wells will bat with Lind at first base. Wells also has good numbers against Beckett, including 5 career home runs. Average just over 300 for the season. Fastball away. Beckett is really one of those pitchers you would categorize as an ace. When you send him to the mound, you have a pretty good chance of winning the ball game.
Big, strong, his stuff really plays out. Great numbers for a long period of time.
Breaking ball around the inside. 2 balls and no strikes.
He's also the type of pitcher to really take it up a notch. The bigger the game, the bigger the pitcher.
He got into that early in his career. In 2003, he won the clinching game against the Yankees at Yankee Stadium in the World Series.
How old was he there? About 22 years old. Big stage, big game.
Wells swings and lifts it toward left field. Bill Hall on to run. Won't make the play. It's off the wall. Adam Lind gets the stop sign at third. Wells checks into second with the double. And the pattern continues for the Jays. They continue to hit Josh Beckett.
Aaron Hill has great numbers against him. He stung a ball to left field. Lind has great numbers. He does the same thing. And now 2-0, and he throws a breaking ball, but Vernon Wells is right on it. Hit it just a little bit off the end of the bat. You can see from that replay. Still thought it had enough to get out. Hits about halfway up the wall in left field. Hall plays it off the wall and holds Adam Lind at third base. Vernon Wells continues to sting the ball against Josh Beckett. 5 home runs and 33 career at bats.
Second and third now with 2 outs for Lyle Overbay. Just off the plate outside. Overbay just hitting 152. He, like Lewis, did not play yesterday against David Price. Red Sox up 1-0. Blue Jays threatening here in the bottom of the first. Big cut by Overbay. Overbay had a home run in Saturday's game, a leadoff home run in the 5th inning. That was the first run of the ball game. That came against Jeff Neiman. Big numbers against the Red Sox. Up and away, ball 2. Now this is where the Jays could really support Danny Evelyn, getting right back in this ball game early on. Cash in against Beckett in the first.
And he has had his trouble in the first inning, Josh Beckett, over his last couple of starts. Get him early before he finds it. Dana Evelyn certainly is looking for a base hit here against Beckett. He's given up 4 runs in his last 2 starts.
Fisted. Shortstop Scudero will make the play. Josh Beckett strands a couple here early in the game. Jays care.
We own Home Hardware or Home Hardware Building Center. Homeowners helping homeowners.
We go to the top of the second here at the Rogers Center. The Red Sox jumped out in front 1-0 in the first. Adrian Beltre takes a first pitch down and away. Beltre, the free agent, signed here with the Red Sox to play third base. Gonzalez on a big hop, and Beltre's retired. Alex Gonzalez played twice with the Red Sox, and a lot of those Red Sox players and coaching staff talking about how well he played for Boston just kind of shook their heads, saying, I don't know why he's still not playing for us.
Not taking anything away from Marco Scudero, who's a fine shortstop, but Alex Gonzalez in a class, I think, all by himself defensively.
Bill Hall, the left fielder, steps in against Dana Evelyn. Cuts on the first pitch and knocks it out of play. Hall acquired in an offseason trade with the Seattle Mariners. That sent Casey Kochman, the first baseman, out west. Hall only played 1 year in Seattle. He came up through the Brewers system and spent all of his career with the Brewers. Fastball inside.
Came up as an infielder. Played some shortstop. They moved him over to third base. Ryan Braun came up. They tried him in center field.
Played every day in center field. Made a nice adjustment. 0-2. One of the big reasons that this team is off to such a slow start, they've lost some of the regulars, and probably the biggest injury that's causing problems for them right now is Jacoby Ellsbury, the left fielder.
That's right.
He's here in town. He's got 4 cracked ribs, and he's still not ready to play. Ellsbury had a collision with Adrian Beltre, the third baseman, on the pop-up down the left field line on April 11th, and he still hasn't been able to get to the point where he can be activated and get back in the lineup. A ball and 2 strikes to Hall, and even took a little bit too much time for him, so he steps out. 1 out here in the second inning. Up and away. Even hasn't really been able to throw that changeup effectively just yet, but it's an important pitch for him, and I'm sure he's going to keep working on it.
That was one of them right there. He tried to, and the release point just wasn't there. It came out of his hand. most effective when he's got great arm action on it, and it's a downward movement away from right-handers.
Center field, Vernon Wells retreats on the warning track and holds it in. 2 outs.
He's only given up 1 home run. Has Dana Evelyn all season long. That was that home run to Donnie Lucy of the White Sox a couple of starts ago. Pitch to contact just a little bit more.
Jays have won all 3 of his previous starts, and he's shown the ability to really go out there and battle and keep his team in the ballgame. Darnell McDonald, the journeyman outfielder, is up from Pawtucket because of the injuries to Cameron and Ellsbury.
Become a little bit like a cult hero in Boston. Homered in his first 2 ball games. First Red Sox batter to do that since Sam Horn back in 1987. You produce in Boston and they will love you.
Yeah, they don't need to know anything about where you come from as long as you can hit.
That's right.
But Darnell McDonald, a former #1 pick, and he's bounced around from organization to organization, and now he's trying to contribute to this Red Sox effort here with his new club. Breaking ball, strike 3. Dana Evelyn with a good second inning of work. 3 up, 3 down. He retired to the side. He gets that curveball over to Darnell McDonald. A chance to get some pitching lessons from Ricky Romero. Nearly threw a no-hitter earlier in the season. One of the brightest young pitchers in all of baseball. Call in, make a bid on a pitching lesson with Ricky Romero.
30-minute pitching lesson from Ricky Romero. You and someone else. So you got 2 people. Now that's not it. You can stay for batting practice then, and you can watch the Blue Jays take their BP. You get a personalized Blue Jays uniform, 2 in-action seats for the game, and a live welcome on the video board. All of that, come on.
Pretty good package. Alex Gonzalez takes a strike, 0-2. Josh Beckett stranded 2 runners in the first inning. Lind and Wells. A single and a double, both coming with 2 outs. Ball high. Terry Francona was talking about Alex Gonzalez, who played for him twice with the Red Sox. Said he was the kind of guy that he might do something every single day that you'd never seen before. defensively. Off the end of the bat.
Well, we have certainly seen it in the early parts of this season with the glove.
One thing Cito Gaston has recognized all the way back into spring training, that he says, I watch his face when the ball's hit, and he knows he's going to catch it.
The pitchers do too.
Yeah, that's a good feeling. A ball and 2 strikes to Gonzalez. Hammered but foul down the left field line. I think that's the biggest surprise we have seen watching him play every day, is just how much pop he has in his bat.
And it's not just fastballs on the inner half or hanging breaking balls. He's been able to hit all type of pitches with authority. 5 home runs, 9 doubles, 14 extra base hits.
Popped outside of first. Kevin Youkilis, 1 out. Jose Bautista, the third baseman. Average starting to creep up. Had a good week last week. 4 doubles, 2 home runs. Hit over 300 for the week. Pushed him back with a fastball.
Something that we'll watch from Josh Beckett tonight. He's got an excellent curveball. When he throws a bad one, it really just rolls instead of snaps. The home run by Vernon Wells, or excuse me, the ball off the wall by Vernon Wells was a rolling breaking ball. Same thing with the Alex Gonzalez long foul ball. When he's right, he'll start that about thigh high and it'll fall right off the table and it'll snap and get a lot of strikeouts with it.
1-1 to Bautista. Ball down. That seems to be the real challenge for a hitter, is picking up the ball out of Beckett's hand, and he disguises that curveball very effectively when it's down. Curveball just went around the inside corner.
We talked about his mechanics, and if you want to watch a big league pitcher, if you're a young kid and you want to learn how to throw with great mechanics, just watch Josh Beckett, how he stays together, keeps everything right over that mound until the last second.
Beckett, good glove work there, and retires Bautista on the comebacker. Because of his mechanics, he finishes up in a great fielding position.
That's a great point. He's really not known of being a great fielder, although he is a very good athlete. Watch how he stays over the mound and then finishes in great position to snatch that ball from Bautista and make the out.
No telling where that ball ends up if Beckett doesn't knock it down. 2 outs now for John Buck. Off speed pitch over. John Buck got the day off yesterday. Jose Molina was behind the plate. Cut on and missed. 0-2. Well, Beckett presents so many problems because he can do so many different things. But with the curveball, sink, cut the fastball, and then use that tough slider.
Yeah, we haven't even talked about his changeup, which is there's a good 2-seamer right in on the hands. He's got a good changeup as long as he doesn't give it away too early. Slows his arm down sometimes when he throws that changeup, and a hitter can see that very easily.
Beckett ahead 0-2. 2 outs here in the second. Red Sox up 1-0. Way out in front of home, and Jason Varitek got out and blocked it. A ball and 2 strikes. Jason Varitek has basically been relegated to kind of a backup role, if you will. Splits time with Victor Martinez, who does most of the catching. Veritek, of course, the captain of the Red Sox. Used to playing every single day. 1-2. Outside, 2-2. And a tough stretch for John Buck, just 1 for 24. Inside, full count. Travis Snyder's on deck if Buck can get on. Bottom part of the order anxious to get something going. Let's make a contribution offensively and balance out the order. 3-2 from Beckett. Ripped into right field. That's a base hit. Got a chance to get by Drew, and it does. Buck around first. He's going to go into second. Ball is bobbled, but John Buck will stop at second. Good hitting by John Buck going the other way and laced a double to the wall in right field.
Good hitting after he fell behind 0-2. He battled back to 3-2. He knows that Beckett's got to come with a strike, and he stays on this fastball away. Doesn't try and pull off, and he's got enough strength that when it hits that turf in right center field, it shoots past J.D. Drew for his 5th double of the season.
Well, another opportunity for the Jays with the runner in scoring position. Travis Snyder. Swinging a drive toward the gap in center field. Long run for Darnell McDonald. He gets there and runs underneath it. Snyder made a bid for extra bases, but it hung up and died on the glove of McDonald. Golf with a whole bunch of Blue Jay celebrities, Blue Jay players, and of course the gala on June 3rd at the Rogers Center. Pretty special package.
Yeah, I was there last year. It was a lot of fun. A lot of fans, and that thing fills up. So a lot of fun. Keep the bidding going.
back here at the Rogers Center. Marco Scudero with a 3-ball, no strike count. Leads off the third. Takes a strike. 1-0 Boston. Red Sox scored a run on 4 hits in the first inning. Travis Snyder threw out Kevin Youkilis at the plate. And then Danny Evelyn struck out Jason Varitek with 2 aboard. Down the right field line. That's a fair ball. All the way into the corner. Scudero around first. He's headed for second base. Snyder digs it out, gets it back to the infield, and Marco Scudero has a leadoff double. He's 2 for 2 tonight.
That's what he will bring to the table. He'll work the count. He got himself into a good hitter's count, 3-0. Took a strike and then inside out at a ball down the right field line. Just his second double of the season. And with Jacoby Ellsbury out, you mentioned him being hurt. Marco Scudero has taken over in that leadoff spot. He's got a very good on-base percentage.
Now Dustin Pedroia lined out to third his first time up. Takes a pitch away for a strike. Pedroia always thinking about productive at-bats. Will look to move Scudero at least from second to third, if not drive him in.
See, that's why I think he's better in the number 2 hole. Pressed a little bit when he was in that number 3 slot in the batting order.
Fisted outside of third.
He actually snapped an 0 for 16 streak Saturday when they moved him back in the number 2 hole. He can do so many different things with that bat. He can bunt if he has to. He can inside out balls just like we saw Scudero do. And if you make a mistake, he's got enough pop to drive it out of the ballpark.
He's one of those hitters a lot like Derek Jeter that can hit just about anywhere you need him to hit. He's in a hole now, 0-2. Through the left side, that's a base hit. Scudero had to make sure that ball was down before he took off for third. He can only advance to third. Pedroia has a base hit. Evelyn again. Trouble with the top of the order.
Ball that is down. Pretty good pitch, but a good piece of hitting right there by Pedroia. Goes down and laces it into left field. Scudero can only advance 90 feet. This is where Evelyn has been tough this year with runners in scoring position. Coming into this game, his average against is just 167. So he has gotten himself into trouble, but he has been able to find his way out of it.
Kevin Youkilis takes the ball outside. Youkilis singled to left in his first at bat. He was thrown out at the plate. Looked like he might have beaten the throw and the tag, but was called out. Top of the third, runners at the corners. And there's a strike, 1-1. Well, you made a good point about Evelyn being able to pitch around tough situations, and it seems as though this particular pitching staff for the Blue Jays just never really panics. They don't get rattled when they get into these situations.
Stay positive, find the weakness in that batter, and then use it to exploit them.
Inside to Youkilis. I think the biggest thing is to minimize the damage. Don't think about being perfect, just minimize the damage. Ricky Romero has done it all year long. Brent Cecil did a good job against Tampa Bay in his first start, winning that game. There goes Pedroia. The pitch is high. No throw from Buck, and Pedroia steals second base.
Really no chance for John Buck, who is 2 for 14 this season and throwing out base stealers. Just a good jump by Pedroia. It's like Evelyn forgot about him a little bit over there, and Pedroia takes advantage of that and gets himself into scoring position.
First stolen base of the year for Dustin Pedroia. Now it's second and third and nobody out. We had mentioned that Evelyn has trouble against this Red Sox team. He has now allowed 28 hits in 11 1/3 inning against them. 3-1 to Youkilis. Ball 4, bases loaded. So Danny Evelyn's going to have to pitch out of a tough situation here in the third inning. A double by Scudero, single by Pedroia, then the walk to Kevin Youkilis has loaded the bases. Nobody out. Mike Lowell, the DH, had a single into left field in his first at bat. Takes a first pitch strike. Lowell was basically included in a trade to the Texas Rangers in the offseason, but then when he went through a physical, they found a torn ligament in his thumb, and that ball over toward the dugout and out of play.
The Red Sox might be happy they didn't make that trade. If he keeps swinging the bat the way he has been doing that, I don't think he's an everyday player anymore, but he can DH now, and he talks about DHing, doing it for the first time in his career. Goes back up into the clubhouse and rides the bike to try and stay loose.
Very difficult for players that have been everyday players for their whole career to make that kind of adjustment, whether it's to the DH role or to part-time duty. 0-2. Down and in. Did he go? Nope. Said fielding Colbert down at first. So there are a lot of veteran players on this Red Sox team having to make adjustments. Lowell was an everyday third baseman all of his career. Youkilis has bounced around from third to first. Jason Varitek was used to catching every single day. A ball and 2 strikes. Mike Lowell hits it into center field. It's shallow. Vernon Wells coming in. Keels coming in. Slides, makes the catch. Scudero has to go halfway at third, and he'll retreat. That ball hung up a long time. Scudero was in no man's land and really didn't have a chance to tag up, so even picks up a big out there.
I think you still have to tag up, because if Gonzalez makes the catch, he's going away from the infield. He has to play in Gonzalez. Watch where he is playing. So he doesn't really have a shot at this ball. And Scudero, the runner at third base, is kind of in between, like you say. I think you still have to tag up, because if that ball falls in, you're going to score, that it's deep enough. Here comes Gonzalez, who was playing about halfway double play position, and he doesn't have the ball. Vernon Wells with the sliding catch, and there's one out.
J.D. Drew with the bases loaded. Cuts on the first pitch and misses. Drew had an RBI single in the first. Could have been a 2 RBI single. And Youkilis was called out at the plate. Travis Snyder made a strong throw. Bases are loaded. No appeal down to third at all, as home plate umpire Ed Hickok said, "I saw it all the way." 1-1 to J.D. Drew. Boy, Evelyn continues to battle, trying to get out of this and pitch his way out of this bases loaded situation.
He has been tough on left-handers this year.
The breaking ball blocked by Buck.
That base hit by J.D. Drew was the first hit that he had given up against a left-hander this season.
They were 0 for 9 before that Drew base hit. And then he just pulled it through the infield into right. 1-0 Boston. Bases loaded. Two and two. Drew's not picking up the ball very well. He's waving at that pitch on the outside part of the plate.
That front side is really leaking out early. And it all starts, I think, with your bottom half. If that front foot goes, the front shoulder goes, and then the head goes. He is not picking up that breaking ball, that slider from Evelyn. I say go right back to it now, 2-2.
Got away with it. Left it on the inside part of the plate, but J.D. Drew swung right through it.
John Buck, the catcher, wanted that ball away. Just like strike one and strike two, he slides to the outer half. And you're right, he gets away with a hanging breaking ball. Drew doesn't miss this many. But this time he comes up empty, and Evelyn is one batter away from getting out of a bases loaded, nobody out jam.
Switch hitting catcher Jason Varitek batting from the right side against Evelyn, struck out to end the first. 2 outs. Ball 1. Again, Dana Evelyn not giving in to the Red Sox. Varitek's always a threat in these situations. He's hit 3 grand slams in his career.
He's flashing some power this year, too, early.
4 home runs already for the Red Sox catcher. Late on a fastball.
The bad news about those 4 home runs? Nobody on base.
Han Solo.
He has only had 24 at-bats this year, 4 home runs, 4 RBIs.
Well, he'll go down as one of the best catchers in the history of the game. The way he has helped this team throughout this great run to World Series championships. A rock behind the plate. 1-1 to Varitek. Swinging a base hit into center field. Scudero comes in to score. Right behind him is Pedroia. And Jason Varitek delivers a 2-out base hit to center to put the Sox up by 3.
His first RBIs that came without hitting the ball out of the ballpark. That's what makes him so tough. Switch hitter, grinds out at bats, really battles you. This pitch is up and out over the strike zone, but he's able to get on top of it, get the barrel of the bat to the ball. No chance for Vernon Wells to throw out Pedroia with 2 outs. He's running on anything that is hit.
Boy, those 2-out base hits are demoralizing. Evelyn had battled and got the pop-up. Vole struck out J.D. Drew, and then Varitek burst his bubble. 2 outs, still 2 on. Adrian Beltre. Breaking ball for strike 1. Beltre grounded to shortstop in the second. Right field, Travis Snyder, back. He's not going to get to it. Over his glove, up against the wall. Here comes Youkilis. Right behind him is Varitek. The throw to the infield, and there'll be no throw to the plate. Adrian Beltre drives the ball over the head of Travis Snyder in right field. 2 big 2-out hits off Dana Evelyn.
A couple of years ago when Beltre had his big season, he drove a lot of balls to right field. Stays behind this one and powers it over Snyder. I thought he could have had one more step. Mistimed his leap just a little bit. I think if he runs through that ball, he might catch it. Beltre, watching it all the way, has to jiggy step around first base to make sure he touches it, and then there's no throw into second base. He cruises in there, a couple of RBIs for the Red Sox third baseman.
Travis Snyder, the ball was just beyond his reach, and I think he had another step before he would have crashed into that wall. Bruce Walton with a quick trip to the mound. Snyder had a beat on it, but the ball just went beyond his reach.
Beltre has excellent power the other way. Showed it right there, short hop in the wall.
Bill Hall with Beltre at second. 4 runs in. Is there a strike on the outside? All flied out to center in the second inning. 4 runs on 4 hits and a walk here in this inning. Red Sox lead at 5-0. In the dirt off of Buck, and they're going to have to scramble to get that one. Beltre moves over to third. Another wild pitch. Beltre moves up.
Buck tries everything to go down to his knees and keep that ball in front of him. But when it hits the dirt, it ricochets off his arm. For a second there, it looked like it was going to roll into the dugout, and that would have been another run.
13th wild pitch issued by the Blue Jays pitching staff. That's the most in the American League. There's a fastball on the corner. A ball and 2 strikes. Jeremy Accardo loosening up. Danny Eveland's already thrown 63 pitches. Inside. Again, Eveland's had trouble with this Red Sox lineup. 5 runs on 8 hits so far. Trying to save a run with Beltre at third. Off the plate. Full count. Hall, a number 8 hitter, starting in left field tonight. Adrian Beltre with a 2-run opposite field double. Moved to third on the wild pitch. Ball 4. 2 walks in the inning.
That's what the Red Sox do. They really have an idea at that strike zone, and they just will not offer at anything just off the plate. And when you do make a mistake, if you catch some of that plate, they're good enough hitters to really hurt you.
Well, every lineup gets better. The more pitches they see, the more patient they are. And again, Eveland will work with 2 runners on. 2 outs for the number 9 batter, Darnell McDonald. Fouls the first pitch back out of play.
He has pitched so well this year, Eveland, yet to allow more than 2 earned runs all season until this ball game now. 5 earned runs in 2 2/3.
Oh, 0-1 to McDonald. Outside. 5-0 Red Sox. They have scored 4 runs here in the top of the 3rd inning. McDonald is the 9th batter to hit this inning. Veritek and Euclid talking about pitches. Always working. Inside corner.
That's awesome. You know, when you get a shot of the dugout like that, the veterans are talking about pitches or pitch selection or, hey, how's he working you? What's he trying to do with you? Balls down, fastball. That's how you become good hitters. Just talking about.
Down and in for ball 2. Well, Eveland has really had a rough inning here. Up to 70 pitches now with 2 outs in the 3rd. Two balls, 2 strikes on Darnell McDonald. Bill Hall gets back to first. Hall's at first base. He walked. Beltre's at third base. He had a big 2-out opposite field double and went to third on the wild pitch. Toward right, Travis Snyder near the foul line, and he makes the catch to end the inning. 9 men come to the plate in the 3rd inning. Jason Veritek, 2 out. We want you to call in, make bids on the Jays Care auction items. Tonight's the auction broadcast, and Jays Care auction, all the benefits will help out children in the Toronto area, and it's a great cause. Give a call. Fred Lewis takes ball 2 off Josh Beckett. Blue Jays got some ground to make up. They're down 5-0 to the Red Sox and Josh Beckett.
It's so tough on a hitter when he comes from one league to the other league and he's facing pitchers for the first time. You can look at all the tape that you want and watch him on television until you step into that batter's box and see that ball come out of his hand. It's awfully tough for a batter like Fred Lewis, who was in the National League, to come over here and face some of these pitchers for the first time.
Well, there's a good fastball down at the knees. Well, that's a great point, and you know, you can hear about a player, you know, everybody knows Josh Beckett around baseball, and then you have to step in and get a first-hand sense for what kind of stuff he's featuring. It's challenging. 2-2 to Fred Lewis. Inside.
On top of that, you have to try and formulate what they are trying to do to get you out. Pitchers, when you're in the National League, might be totally different. He now has to come over here, and the Red Sox have their ideas of how they want to get him out, and Fred Lewis has to figure it out himself.
Fouled straight back, 3-2. Well, Josh Beckett went through a little of that himself when he came over to the Red Sox from the Florida Marlins. His first year in Boston, 2006, he won 16 games, but he had a 5 ERA and he gave up 36 home runs. So he too had to go through an adjustment period. Drive toward the gap in left. Bill Hall on the run. He's going to watch this one hit off the wall. Fred Lewis is into second base. He's thinking about third. Here he goes. The relay wide of the mark, and Lewis has his first triple of the season.
He has flashed some power down the right field line, and this time shows some power. Oppo. Ball is down. He's a very good low ball hitter. Bill Hall has some trouble getting it off the wall. The play is right in front of you if you're the base runner. With that great speed, he makes it easily in the third base. Leadoff triple, Fred Lewis.
Powerful strides. Boy, he was eating up ground going around second, headed into third. A leadoff triple now. Aaron Hill will step in. Beckett working out of the stretch. Up and in.
This has been the trouble spot for Josh Beckett. Hill, Linden, Wells have hit him all well in their career.
Linden hit a ball back up the middle, base hit. Aaron Hill flew out to left field, his first at bat. Fred Lewis at third base. Cut on and missed. Well, this part of the order, you got to cash in this run down at third base. Okay, where you are, you get lit off triple. You got to figure out a way to get them home.
Yeah, and I'm thinking 2, maybe 3 runs after that leadoff triple. You got your most productive hitters coming up with men on base.
Back up the middle. Here comes Fred Lewis in to score. The Blue Jays are on the board. Aaron Hill single to center.
Do you know why Aaron Hill has success against Josh Beckett? Because he can handle his high fastball. He has such a good short stroke. Watch him attack this high fastball from Beckett. Barrel to the ball, and it's quick. No wasted motion in his swing. It's all hands.
Oh, it's good to see his timing coming around, too. He just was activated on Friday, coming off the disabled list. Hit a home run in that 6-5 win on Friday. Has an RBI here now. Tonight, 5-1. Adam Lind singled in his first at bat. Takes the first pitch strike. The Blue Jays were anxious to get a leadoff hitter, and Fred Lewis really fit that bill. Gives you a lot of speed, left-handed bat, top of the order. And since he's hit town. He's been the leadoff guy just about every game.
You know, there's no substitution for having speed at the top of the lineup, and not because you can steal bases, but you can take the extra base with speed. It also will buy some fastballs to some pretty good fastball hitters that are going to hit behind them.
And this ballpark has always favored speed, defensively and offensively. Good swing and a miss from Lynn. The artificial surface is quick, so speed in the outfield is important. Get to those balls in the gap, cut them off. Championship years, this team was full of athletes that could run and really close ground on defense.
Especially up the middle, where you have to have great athletes.
Outside, 2-2. Blue Jays trying to cut into an early lead. They put one on the board here in the third. They trail by 4. Just got a piece of it to stay alive. Spoiled a pretty good pitch.
Yeah, he certainly did. A good fastball by Beckett away. This is where Adam Lynn gets dangerous, and he guesses along with that pitcher. A couple of fastballs away. Strike 2 was a breaking ball down and in. Let's see if Beckett goes back there.
Well, they're going to talk about it. They're going to call his catcher out, have a discussion about where they want to go to try to finish off this at bat. Veritek's a virtual encyclopedia behind the plate. He has the ability to remember at bats, sequences, weaknesses, strengths of all the hitters in the game. It's like a computer back there.
And then remember that and bring it in big situations like this.
Two on Adam Lynn. Breaking ball, right field, but not deep. J.D. Drew a couple of steps in, and Lynn's retired. Beckett threw him an off-speed pitch and had him out in front.
And now with just one out, he has turned to his middle infielders, and he's looking for the player who is going to cover on a comebacker. And it's going to be second baseman Dustin Pedroia. Vernon Wells has hit Josh Beckett well.
He had a 2-out double in the first. Pedroia's got coverage on the comebacker. Breaking ball. Fair ball down the left field line. Hill around second into third base. He's going to get the stop sign. Vernon Wells has his second double of the night.
And his second double off of an off-speed pitch from Josh Beckett. A couple of years ago, Beckett tried to get fastballs by him. That didn't work. Now he's trying some breaking balls, and this is not working against Vernon Wells. This one right over the bag and down the line in left field. Blue Jays down by 4 runs. You can't afford to have someone thrown out on the bases, so they hold the runner at third base. Second and third, just 1 out, and a chance again for Lyle Overbay to come up with some RBIs.
That gives Wells 9 doubles on the season. He is tied for the league lead with Miguel Cabrera and Alex Gonzalez. Lyle Overbay takes a pitch outside. Lots of baseball left here. Red Sox jumped out early. A run in the first, 4 more in the third. Blue Jays have answered with a run of their own here in the bottom of the third. Ball in the dirt, smothered by Veritek.
It's another thing he does really well. Goes down to his knees and saves the ball from going back to the backstop.
Well, that gives his pitchers an awful lot of confidence. They can throw whatever kind of breaking ball they want as hard as they want. And if it does happen to get in the dirt, he's going to keep it in front of him. a run in here on the RBI by Aaron Hill. Up and away. 3 balls and no strikes. The RBI by Aaron Hill snapped the streak of 18 consecutive runs scored by the opposition. They had really gone through a drought where the opponents, Tampa Bay and the Red Sox, have outscored them 18-0 until Hill picked up the RBI. Right on the outside corner.
Now you're just looking for one pitch. One spot right here. And try and get 3 runs on the board. Nothing soft. Swing hard.
Outside corner. 3-2.
I don't even mind if batters go a little bit outside their comfort zone. That borderline pitch, just take a good rip at it. If you foul it back, put something in the mind of that pitcher.
Make him think that you're on it. Beckett with the full count to Overbay. Toward the gap in right. That's going to get down and go to the wall. Here comes Hill. Right behind him is Vernon Wells. Overbay delivers a 2-run double to the wall in right.
Popped out his last time up with a couple of runners on, but this time 3-2. He's going to go out and rip an outside pitch into the gap in right center field. Beckett tries to turn over a fastball, but he leaves it up in the strike zone. 2 runs score easily as Wells comes around third. And after that leadoff triple by Fred Lewis, we said we got to think more than just 1 run. With your best hitters coming up, and the Jays have done just that. 3 runs and still only 1 out.
3 runs on 4 hits. A triple and 2 doubles in this inning. They've hit Beckett hard. 5-3 Red Sox. Overbay in scoring position for Alex Gonzalez. Center field. Base hit. Overbay is going to be stopped at third. Gonzalez, a sharp single into center. 5 hits in the inning.
Gonzalez has been very successful. Fastball that just tails right back into his bat. They wanted him to reach for that ball just a little bit more, but it tails right back to him. Overbay reads base hit, but because it was hit so hard, and you're still down by 2 runs, he cannot score from second base.
Well, it's the 3rd inning. No reason to gamble early on. You've got Beckett on the ropes here. 1st and 3rd. Still just 1 out. Jose Bautista. And you can bet Gonzalez is in the mind of Beckett, too. They have not had any luck at all throwing out base runners. Bautista swings and drives it down the left field line, and that ball is gone. Jose Bautista, a 3-run home run, his 4th of the season, and the Jays are out in front.
He's so quick on the inner half. It looked like fastball. He's going to try and slip it by him, but see him pull his hands in and get the barrel of the bat right to the ball. If you do that with the proper swing, you don't hook that ball down the line and it goes foul. You keep it fair. No doubt about that one. As soon as it left the bat, that was going to be 3 runs.
John Buck. Cut on and missed. 6 runs on 6 hits.
Jays have hit for the cycle this inning.
4 extra base hits. The 11th first pitch home run by the Jays this year. Cito Gaston's philosophy of having a game plan is paying off. Oh, 0-2.
And when you can hit home runs, and we've talked about this before, when you can hit home runs, and the Jays have home run hitters up and down their lineup, you're never out of a ball game. Boston scores 4 runs in the top of this inning. That's Atchison, the reliever, now up. That bullpen's been taxed already. Jays counter it with 6 runs in the bottom of the 3rd inning.
Cut on and miss. John Buck goes down swing. 2nd out of the inning.
0-2 breaking ball from Beckett. It's right there. That's a hittable pitch, but John Buck swings right through it for the 2nd out.
Red Sox send 9 to the plate in the 3rd inning. Travis Snyder will be the 9th Jay to bat in the bottom of the 3rd. Takes a fastball away. You mentioned the bullpen for the Red Sox. They have pitched 64 innings already this season. That's second only to the Tigers. Early and often they've had to come into games. Ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes on the number 9 hitter, Travis Snyder. The Boston bullpen has worked a lot. Manny Del Carmen, Daniel Bard, Scott Schoenweiss. 31 pitches in the inning.
Ball 3. Certainly wasn't the plan for the Red Sox when the season started. A strong point everyone thought was their starting pitching. But this year, their starters are not even averaging 6 innings per start.
There's a strike, 3-1. Well, the interesting thing for this Red Sox club, we mentioned their 8-11 start, worst since '96, but they are 3-7 against the East already. Good cut by Snyder. Back to the screen. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Josh Beckett has thrown 67 pitches with 2 outs in the 3rd. He walked. And that'll bring to the plate the guy that got it started against Josh Beckett, Fred Lewis. Harry Francona and John Farrell, the pitching coach, not real comfortable. They were up 5-0 at the start of this inning, this half inning. Snyder at first. It's a fastball for a strike. 10th batter to hit here in the 3rd for the Blue Jays. They have scored 6 runs on 6 hits. Breaking ball in there for a strike. 0-2.
Just couldn't pull the trigger on that curveball. He saw it. Saw it all the way, just couldn't let it go.
Upstairs, a ball and 2 strikes. We mentioned how valuable Fred Lewis is as a leadoff hitter. Jose Bautista had done a nice job, but he wasn't the aggressive hitter that we're seeing now that he's down in the order. Bautista has really come back to life, dropping down in the order. There goes Snyder. Strike 3 called, inside corner. Beckett gets out of it with the strikeout, but Fred Lewis got it. Outside the Rogers Center, a little quiet outside, but fireworks on the inside as there were 10 runs scored in the 3rd inning. 4 by the Red Sox and 6 by the Blue Jays to take the lead. 6-5 here as we work the 4th. Dana Evelyn to Marco Scudero. Scudero 2 for 2. He scored 2 runs, a single and a double.
Both managers hoping to get a little bit more length from their starters.
You know, I think Cito Gaston's really been consistent with his confidence in the starters. He's left them out there, given them a chance. I like that philosophy because, hey, you're the starting pitcher. You're the guy that's supposed to pitch late into the game, and you're the one that's supposed to win the game.
And he knows he can't pull these guys after 3 innings. He'll burn his bullpen out by June.
Yeah, and that's the point we made about the Red Sox. 64 innings of work already. Only the Tigers' bullpen has pitched more than that. And we still got a week left of April. 1-2 upstairs, 2-2 to Scudero.
Happened so many times last year for the Blue Jays, especially the second half of the season, with so many young kids that they brought up last year. Cito had to piece together games so many times. I think you can do that in September when the rosters expand and you might have 16, 17 pitchers on your roster. Hard to do in April and May. So you've got to get some length, and he's hoping Dana Evelyn now can find something now and get himself into cruise control.
He really came out of his delivery there and threw a wide one for ball 4. Remember, it's the Jays Care Foundation broadcast auction tonight, and there are the numbers. Toll free 1-877-440-JAYS, or in Toronto 416-341-1495. All these great prizes are available. Batting practice with Aaron Hill. Pitching lesson with Ricky Romero. Golf outing and a gala as well. And you've got a great trip to Boston. $4,100. Fenway Park, great opportunity to fly down to Boston, see the Red Sox and the Jays play in historic Fenway Park. So jump on the phones, make a call, and help out a great cause.
That Jays VIP is a really nice thing. We haven't seen too many bids on that, but you get a chance to meet Paul Beeston and Alex Anthopoulos.
Well, just the opportunity to meet Paul Beeston's worth $3,000 or $4,000.
I think so.
Yeah.
Get into the clubhouse. It's a behind-the-scenes deal with the Blue Jays. See the inner workings of what the Jays do during the day.
No balls and a strike to Dustin Pedroia. Breaking ball off the plate outside. Well, the clubhouse, the Blue Jays, I tell you what, it's a gorgeous clubhouse. They have renovated the clubhouse, big screen TVs all over the place, leather chair, a little bit different than old Tiger Stadium you and I were.
Rips Roost. Remember Rips Roost?
Yeah. 1-1 to Dustin Pedroia. Outside, 2 balls and a strike. Rips Roost, the clubhouse where Rip Collins was the old clubhouse guy, and he used to go in there and have the old hamburgers. They looked like hockey pucks at the end of the night. That was the spread for the post-game dinner.
About the size of this booth, wasn't it, too?
2 balls and a strike to Dustin Pedroia. Scudero at first. Outside corner. That evens the count at 2-2. We're in the 4th inning. Jeremy Accardo has been throwing. He is ready if needed. On the ground, back to even to second base, safe. Gonzalez was in front of the bag. They got their signals crossed on coverage.
Yeah, communication problems there. Pitchers are taught that when they get a comeback or just throw it to the bag, one of the middle infielders are going to be there. Evelyn did that, but Gonzalez not sure who was covering it. Looked like it was going to be Aaron Hill. He's the one who went to the bag. So a mental mistake right there by one of the middle infielders. First and second, nobody out, and Cito Gaston is out to the mound.
Even had a chance, but the leadoff walk and the fielder's choice, he'll give way to Jeremy Accardo. He anticipated that ball was going to get over the pitcher's head, and that's what he had to do. But Evelyn caught it, and then when he found Gonzalez, unfortunately, Alex was in front of second. Jeremy Carter comes out of the bullpen with 2 on and nobody out here in the 4th. His 5th appearance of the season. Down and in to Kevin Youkilis. Youkilis has been on board twice. Jeremy Accardo worked in Saturday's game. Came in relief in the 8th inning. Faced just 2 batters. There's a strike on the outside. Blue Jays lead it 6-5. Red Sox jumped out in front 5-0. But the Jays roared back with a 6 in the bottom of the 3rd. Cut on and foul tipped into the glove of John Buck. A ball and 2 strikes. Marco Scudero walked to start the inning, and Dustin Pedroia hit a ball back to the mound. It was a fielder's choice, and all hands were safe. Line drive into center field. That'll get down. Scudero is being held at third base as Wells gets it back quickly. Kevin Youkilis 2 for 2 with a walk.
They just keep coming after you. The Red Sox get a couple of runners on, and now you have to face the middle of the lineup. This is a good RBI man, and Youkilis bangs that ball right in front of Vernon Wells. On one hop, Scudero reads it a little late. Wants to make sure that that ball gets down, and now the bases are loaded again. 9 hits now for both these teams.
Mike Lowell with the bases loaded. Cuts on the first pitch and bounces it down the left field line, foul. His single came in the first. Off the glove of Buck, back to the wall. Here comes Scudero. Red Sox have tied it. That ball went off John Buck's glove, but he didn't have much of a chance to catch it.
No, ball just shot right out of the hands of Jeremy Accardo. He is anticipating the ball away, but just can't get to that one as it's over in the left-hander batter's box. And just like that, nobody out. A run in and a couple of runners on.
Second wild pitch of the night for the Jays. Second and third now for Mike Lowell. Fastball down and in. He swings over the top of it. A ball and 2 strikes. Six here in the top of the 4th. Identical line score. 6 runs on 6 hits for the Red Sox. 6 runs on 6 hits for the Blue Jays.
4 runners left on base by both of these teams. Lowell hit last time with the bases loaded, and Evelyn got him to pop out.
Struck him out. Good pitch down and away against Mike Lowell.
That was set up by the pitch that was prior to it. Fastball in the inner half. Accardo has a strikeout pitch. And there it is. Down and away to a right-hander.
J.D. Drew with runners at second and third. Just off the plate outside. Drew a strikeout and an RBI single. The single came in that first inning. Red Sox had 4 hits in the first inning but scored just a single run. Ball 2. 2 balls, no strikes on J.D. Drew.
First base is open to an RBI man like Drew. He's driven in 10 runs this year. You've got first base open and Varitek on deck. Just 1 out. There's the inner defense. Really starting to shift over to the right side there.
Ball 3. J.D. Drew, 3-0 count. 1 out, Jeremy Accardo. On in relief of Dana Evelyn. Right on the corner. Drew couldn't believe it. He was headed for first.
You know, that ball looked like it was down. Fastball down and away from Accardo. Drew was already on his way to first base. I want him to call that a strike because I want to swing. I want to knock in 2 runs. I don't want to walk here.
3-1 to Drew. Looked like a better pitch than the previous one. Ball 4. Well, the bullpen having a little bit of a problem over the weekend in Tampa Bay against the Rays.
Yeah, just 5 1/3 innings in those 3 games down in Tampa. Note the base on balls, 6 of them in the 5 1/3 and the 13 hits and 12 earned runs. So they had their problems down in Tampa. On base percentage over .460.
And the bullpen has been good. Because the starters have pitched late, the bullpen has had ample rest, and because of that, generally they've been good all year. Bases loaded again. Jason Varitek takes the first pitch outside. Give these veteran hitters counts, and it's going to catch up to you.
You know, and it's amazing how they really work the count and get themselves into good hitters counts. That pitch from Accardo just off the plate, and Varitek took it. There's another one.
Well, they have a reputation around baseball of being very patient, very strike zone savvy. And we have seen that through the championship years of this ball club. They'll make a pitcher work. I don't care who you are as a hitter, you get to count in your favor. Your average is going to jump.
Very rarely do you see them come out of their shoes. That's a baseball term that when they get themselves in a good fastball count, that they swing wildly and swing hard. They're just aggressive, yet they're under control, and they have an idea of where the strike is, where the pitch is, and strike zone awareness. You start bunching those hits together and those on bases and all that, and you're going to score a lot of runs. Something that they haven't done this year.
Accardo throws a 3-0 strike. It's 3-1 now with the bases loaded and just 1 out. Jason Varitek had a 2-run single in the 3rd. And he's got another single into center. 2 more runs are going to come in to score. Pedroia, and right behind him is Kevin Youkilis. Varitek has a 4 RBI night. Varitek got a lot of pitches to see in that at bat, and he cashed in on the good pitch.
Fastball down. He's always been a very good low ball hitter. He reaches out and just pokes it into center field. Youkilis running hard, reads it right off the bat, and he scores easily. Just like that, 3 have crossed, and it's now 8-6. A big night for Varitek, 4 RBIs, and it's only the 4th inning.
Adrian Beltre takes a ball outside for ball 1. Accardo allows both inherited runs to score. He came in with 2 on, and both Scudero and Pedroia have come across to score. Still 2 runners on first and second. Big cut pulled foul by Beltre. Beltre had an opposite field 2-run double as part of that 4-run 3rd inning. Sean Kemp starts to loosen up. Outside, 2 balls and a strike. Fouled into the glove of John Buck. 2 balls and 2 strikes on the Red Sox third baseman, Adrian Beltre. Blue Jays had taken the lead at 6-5. Red Sox 3 runs in here in the 4th. They lead it 8-6. Struck him out. Beltre chased one off the plate outside. Second strikeout of the inning for Ricardo.
Well, after that base hit by Veritek, there is this pitching line for Dana Evelyn. 7 earned runs in 3+ innings, 8 hits, and 3 strikeouts to go along with those 82 pitches.
That pitching line is brought to you by MLB 10, the show, only on PlayStation. Two outs now for Bill Hall. He swings at the first pitch. Tough night for Dana Evelyn. This Red Sox team has had his number. Jeremy Ricardo trying to get out of this 4th inning. On the outside corner. 0-2.
What were you saying earlier about limiting the damage?
Minimize the damage, that's for sure. A 4-run 3rd inning and a 3-run 4th inning. Up and away. Well, we have seen that both of these clubs can put up crooked numbers. Jays scored 6 runs on 6 hits in the 3rd inning. Off Josh Beckett.
Red Sox doing it a little bit differently than the Red Sox that we have seen in the past. Back then it was home runs and extra base hits. Tonight it's being very patient, coming up with clutch 2-out hits.
Well, they have a different lineup for sure. They don't have all that thunder up and down the order they once had. Two and two to Bill Hall. Inside, ball 3. It'll be a full count. Runners will be off on the pitch. There are 2 outs here in the 4th. Red Sox have scored 3 to retake the lead at 8-6. Fouled out of play. Runners will go back. We'll do it again. Jeremy Ricardo came on in relief of Dana Evelyn with nobody out and 2 on. Big hit in the inning, and Jason Veritek singled to center. Chased home 2. Runners are going. Another foul ball.
It's another thing that the Red Sox do well. They keep at bats alive. Yankees do it very well. Tampa Bay does it very well. They keep at bats alive and make you throw lots of pitches by fouling off tough ones. Pitches per plate appearance, they're always up at the top of the American League.
There you see Mike Cameron in a sweatshirt. He's on the disabled list. Traveling with the team, anxious to get healthy. Swing and a drive, 1 hopper to Batista. A little extra on the throw in time to Overbay to get Bill Hall. But the captain, Jason Veritek, lesson. Practice with a pro. Ricky Romero got a little bid going, a little action there. Fans gift pack $8,000. All-Star excursion, great trip to Fenway, golf tournament, gala event, lots of great things. The Boston road trip. If you've never been to Fenway Park, folks, you're just missing out on a great opportunity to go to that beautiful ballpark. Aaron Hill takes the first pitch strike from Josh Beckett. Hill a single in 2 trips. Drove in a run and scored one. He was part of that 6-run third inning. Blue Jays down by 2. Off the plate. Veritek tapped his left shoulder to remind Beckett to stay close and not overthrow.
It's when he gets into trouble, when he starts overthrowing that curveball, he starts bouncing it, he doesn't get the snap on it. You open up that front shoulder and everything falls apart.
Breaking ball in the dirt past Veritek. Well, you just get a sense that neither one of these clubs are quite finished scoring yet.
What gives you that?
We're in the 4th inning now. 14 runs on 19 hits already. Breaking ball just catches the outside corner. 2-2 to the leadoff batter here in the 4th. Lots of scoring. A 4-run inning, a 6-run inning, and a 3-run inning. Cued off the end of the bat. Interesting how so many of the Jays hitters have good numbers against Josh Beckett when you consider just how dominant he can be. For some reason, they just match up well against him.
You know, I don't know what it is. It's not like he is throwing everything down the middle of the plate. And I've watched him now the last couple of years against the Blue Jays. I remember a pitch that he threw to Vernon Wells. I swear it was neck high. And he still was able to hit it out of the ballpark. I mean, there's just some teams that you just can't get them out. They see every pitch. And it doesn't matter what you bring that day. They're going to hit it. But you're right. Hard to believe with someone with the great career that Beckett has had.
3-2 count on Aaron Hill. He walked it. Leadoff walk here in the 4th. This is a part of the lineup where Beckett really ran into trouble last inning.
Everything has been a struggle for him tonight.
John Farrell, the pitching coach, has just made the call down to that bullpen. Well, how much does it help for a hitter to have had success against the pitcher to build your confidence when you face him down the road?
I think it's a big part of it, because I think hitting it, there's a lot in between the ears. If you have a confident feel when you step into that batter's box and you've had prior success against the pitcher, it can help. It'll help you as you see action in the pen again for the Red Sox.
Scott Atchison for his 2nd time tonight.
I know whenever I stood in there against certain pitchers, I just knew I was going to see the ball and I was going to hit it hard. I might not get a hit, but I would hit the ball hard. That's that positive feel. Now, the great ones have it all the time. Our buddy George Brett probably had it every time he stepped into that batter's box.
Yeah, he had a lot of guys he felt comfortable against. Right now, Josh Beckett has got himself in a hole again. 0-2 balls and no strikes, nobody out. Adam Lind. Ball 3. You wouldn't think Terry Francona is going to have a very long leash with Beckett. It looks like it's one of those nights.
You know he wants to get his ace through 5 innings to give him a chance to win the ball game. Now that they've taken the lead again. He has averaged just 4 1/3 innings pitched against the Blue Jays in his last 4 starts.
3-0 to Adam Lind. 4-pitch walk. 2 walks in the inning. I'm going to go get him. Francona said, I'm going to go get him.
Yep.
John Farrell was talking about, let me go out and talk to him. And Peter said, nope, I'm going to go get him.
A lot of work in the last series that the Red Sox had against the Baltimore Orioles this past weekend, and it's early again.
Vernon Wells takes the first pitch down and away for ball one. Pair of doubles tonight for Wells. That gives him 9 doubles on the season and puts him in a first place tie with Miguel Cabrera of the Tigers and his teammate Alex Gonzalez for the league lead. Swing and a line drive into the glove of Euclid. Throws wide of the mark at second base. Aaron Hill can't pick up the ball. If Euclid can make contact with the shortstop, they got a chance to have a double play on that ball. That ball was ripped. Euclid made a heck of a diving grab of a liner.
I don't think Aaron Hill anticipated Kevin Euclid being so far off the line over there at first base. At second, this looks like a base hit, but look at Euclid, how far off the line he is. That allows him to get to this ball. He had a shot if he makes a good throw, doubling Aaron Hill at second base. But the throw gets away. It's a bad throw, but Hill cannot pick up the ball. Doesn't know where it is.
One out. Lyle Overbay. 2-run double to the gap in right field in the third. Ball in the dirt. Veritek keeps it at his feet.
Textbook right there by Veritek. Go down, get your arms in front of you. You're not trying to catch this ball. Hunch your shoulders. See his back right there? It's hunched over just a little bit, so when it hits that chest protector, it goes straight down.
Veritek literally practices that every day. Down in a bullpen before the game, going through the mechanics. 1-1 to Overbay. Inside, 2 balls and a strike.
If you don't hunch over your shoulders like that, if you're straight up and down and that ball hits you in the chest protector, that thing can bounce backwards. It can go right, it can go left. Hunch over a little bit, get that ball, and it blocks right in front of home plate. That's just textbook catching by Veritek.
2-1 on the outside corner, evens the count at 2-2. Scott Atchison, 34 years old, signed with the Mariners originally. Came up to Seattle in 2004, spent the last 2 seasons in Japan. Struck him out. Breaking ball down and in, and Veritek called for a great breaking pitch, and Atchison delivered for the strikeout.
And he has a good breaking ball. Good overhand curveball and a sharp slider. It's just in a good spot right there for the second out.
Let's check in quickly with Sam Casentino.
Well, Buck, in your conversation about Jason Veritek, I think you need to give a lot of credit to Gary Tuck, who's an outstanding catcher's coach. I know George Katera spoke very highly of him when he was with the Red Sox last year, and so if Veritek's looking for a partner to work with, he always has one in Gary Tuck.
Well, there's Gary Tuck down in the bullpen. In my estimation, he's the best catching instructor in baseball. I've watched him work going all the way back to Joe Girardi and Jorge Posada with the Yankees. He became Girardi's bench coach with the Florida Marlins, and now he's the bullpen coach for the Red Sox. Gonzalez fouls it back 0-2. So Veritek's going to go out there, and Tuck always talks about Veritek. Gary Tuck has a book that he's kept over the years. It's literally a recipe box with 5x8 cards in it to have all the information about every hitter. And he will randomly go into that box and pull out a hitter and quiz Jason Veritek. And he's never wrong. Strengths, weaknesses, first pitch tendencies. Gary Tuck has the ultimate respect for Jason Veritek. And I think the respect is back at him from Veritek.
A little bit more than getting out on that mound and just throwing that baseball. There's an idea and a plan.
Atchison ahead of Gonzalez 0-2. In the dirt. A ball and 2 strikes. Boston's up 8-6. They scored 3 runs in the top of the 4th to erase a brief 1-run lead by the Blue Jays. Josh Beckett walked the first 2 batters of this inning, and Terry Francona went to the pen. Inside 2-2. Fouled out of play. Gonzalez stays alive.
Atchison, you mentioned him. He was in Japan last year. He had a couple of pretty good seasons for the Anshin Tigers of the Japanese League. Last year, his ERA was just 170. But the number that jumps out at you, he threw in 90 innings last year and had 81 strikeouts. We can see why after the strikeout to Overbay with that good hook.
2-2 to Gonzalez down the right field line, but that's going to drift out of play. Atchison was charged with the loss in yesterday's extra inning game. He allowed 3 runs in the top of the 10th. That game against the Orioles. The Orioles would give up a run in the bottom of the 10th, but Clay Meredith picked up the save against his former team. Meredith, his first save in over 270 appearances. 2-2 to Gonzalez outside 3-2. So the runners will be off on the pitch. Hill at second, Lind at first. We're only in the 4th. Runners are off. Gonzalez drives it towards the gap in left field. Bill Hall to the wall. Off the wall. 2 runs come in to score. Gonzalez around second. He's headed for third. Here's the throw. No throw to third as Scudero runs it back to the infield. We're tied up again.
Do you get the feeling that the team that hits last has a better chance? Breaking ball, and he lifts it high to left field. He doesn't come out of the box. But this ball just kept carrying and carrying. Bill Hall can't get back to the wall and misses it. Hits it off the glove. He times his leap, but he just whiffed on it. But right around first base, Gonzalez sees that ball is misplayed by Hall, and he makes it into third base without a throw from Scudero.
Second triple of the night for the Jays, and Gonzalez has tied it up. Bautista homered in his last at bat, a 3-run shot, his 4th home run of the season. He and Gonzalez now tied with 15 RBI. Ball 2.
That triple now will close the books on Josh Beckett. 8 runs. Both walks to lead off this inning come around to score.
2-0. Bautista takes a breaking ball over. 2 balls and a strike. Rough night for starting pitchers. Both Evelyn and Beckett leave after 3 plus 2 batters. 2-1 to Bautista. Outside corner, 2-2. Gonzalez at third. Reached for an outside pitch and hit it down the right field line. 2-2.
Emergency hack. Not familiar with the pitcher.
Battle. Got a chance for another ribby. Bautista drove in 3 with that home run in the 3rd. On the ground outside of 3rd. Those leadoff walks, back-to-back walks to Hill and Lynn, both come in to score. Vernon Wells hit a bullet. Headed to right, but it was speared by Kevin Youkilis. That was the first out of the inning. And Jose's got some supporters. Outside, 3-2. You might be right, Pat. Last one that hits is going to win this game. That bodes well for the Jays. 3-2 count to Jose Bautista. 2 outs. Struck him out. Atchison strikes out 2 in the inning, but gives
Also, again, call the number on your screen right now and support the Jays Care Foundation. Guys, back to you.
Thanks, Ivanka, and that's a great trip to the All-Star game in Anaheim, and they'll put on quite a show. Home run derby the night before, great workouts, a beautiful package, so make sure you get on the phones. Sean Kemp out of the bullpen. That was a first pitch strike here in the 5th inning. 8-8, top of the 5th. So much for struggling offenses.
That's right. Red Sox averaging about 4 runs a game, and they've doubled that already.
Darnell McDonald pops it out of play.
One of these pitchers now have to come out of the bullpen and say, okay, enough of that. Sean Kemp has pitched great for the Blue Jays.
Boy, he sure has. And, you know, he's added that sinking fastball and a changeup, and it's just a totally different pitcher now. When he first came over to the Blue Jays, he was a slider pitcher, basically slider after slider after slider. But Bruce Walton got to him, convinced him that changeup was a valuable weapon.
His fastball was kind of straight, too, when he came over here. Now he's got a little bit of a sink. You can see him. He's a lot more aggressive with all of his pitches, confident, work quickly. Cito Gaston has shown great confidence in him, and he's put him in a spot now to get him some innings in the middle part of this game and hold it right there and get that offense a chance to win it.
The first team that puts up a couple of zeros is going to certainly take the momentum. Sean Kemp anxious to do it. It'll be 9-1-2 for the Red Sox here in the 5th inning. Jammed him.
How about that movement on that fastball? Right in on his hands.
A ball and 2 strikes. Sean Kemp working to his first batter. Ground ball, shortstop, Gonzalez. Overbay, 1 down.
Good sign right there. Getting the first out of an inning will make your job a lot easier. There are the numbers for Kemp, and they are very good. This is his 9th game already. Opponents just hitting over 200, the ERA under 1. And he's not walking anybody.
Yeah, that's a big key. There a lot of firsts are very important. First pitch strikes, first outs of innings, and first batter faced. Certainly puts the pitcher in a good position. Marco Scutaro bends away from a slider for a strike. Scutaro's had a big night. Scored 3 runs. Has a single and a double. And reached on a walk. Quickly, let's check in with Sam Cosentino.
Well, Buck, Marco Scutaro's ways have not changed since he was a Blue Jay. He still goes to the bat rack and the bat bag and picks whatever feels is best on that day. You'll see him, even during the course of a game, switch bats, and that at times can upset the teammates.
On the ground to Gonzalez to Overbay, and Scutaro's quickly retired. That's a trait that a lot of hitters will do. Manny Ramirez is renowned for that, taking anybody's bat up to the plate and not really concerned about a particular weight, particular model.
Just a certain feel.
Manny once told me, he said, it's not the arrow, it's the Indian.
What?
Only Manny. That was Manny being Manny, and the Red Sox are very used to that. But he said it doesn't make any difference what kind of bat you take up there. Just got to hit it on the sweet spot. 2 down for Pretoria. He takes a strike. Think about that. It's not the arrow, it's the Indian. Doesn't make a difference what kind of arrow you have. It's the Indian that's shooting it. That's the way Manny looked at it. He could use anybody's bat and get a hit. Pedroia in a hole 0-2. Kemp continues to fire strikes. Oh, 0-2 to Dustin Pedroia with 2 outs. Back up the middle, in there for a base hit. Dustin Pedroia with a 2-strike, 2-out base hit to center.
3rd time that he has been on tonight, doing what he does best.
The only time they retired him, he hit a bullet at the 3rd baseman. Kevin Youkilis He's been on base 3 times, 2 hits and a walk. Maybe somebody's going to get arm weary before they continue to hit. 21 hits so far in this ball game. Youkilis gets fisted.
Third base coach is going to get arm weary on both of these teams. They keep.
Well, this is life in the East. There are a lot of good offensive ball clubs in the East, and the lineups are built to score runs. Blue Jays have utilized the home run again tonight. A 3-run home run by Jose Bautista, part of a 6-run inning. Another foul back out of play. But Camp just pounds the strike zone pitch after pitch with that sinking fastball on the hands, and then he'll go down and away. And the changeup has been a heck of an out pitch for him.
And pull the string. He'll pull it against lefties. Tougher on right-handers this year. He's only given up 5 hits all season long against the right-hander. That base hit by Pedroia was the 6th. But you just get a different feel for the game right now since he's come in. He's working quickly. He's throwing strikes. He's getting ahead of the hitters. Not a whole lot of wasted motion when he's out on that mound.
Camp ahead of Youkilis, 0-2, and he steps off the rubber. I want to take a look at another sign from John Buck. Pedroia with a 2-out single. He's at first. There goes Pedroia. Swing outside and checked his swing. John Buck didn't make a throw. They're going to peel it first. And no swing, says Field and Culbreth. Pedroia steals second. John Buck, I think, anticipated it was going to be strike 3.
On the check swing. Good jump by Pedroia. Youkilis has that ability to throw his hands at the ball and leave the barrel behind. Right there. And he does not go. Stolen base for Pedroia.
Second of the night for the Sox second baseman. He's in scoring position now for Youkilis. 8-8 here in the 5th inning. They better talk it over. We have seen a cross-up here earlier in the game with Evelyn and Buck, and now Sean Camp wants to make sure which set of signs they're using. Always a point of controversy about whether it's proper baseball etiquette for the base runner at second to relay the pitch location or the pitch to the batter, but that's part of the game in my mind.
Definitely. So that's why you have to be on the same page of what signs you're going to use. You'll go over that in your scouting reports and on your day that you're going to talk about the team.
1-2 to Youkilis, missed down, 2-2. Well, no one's more protective of pitch selection and location than Jason Varitek. And he uses outside indicators, outside signs, all types of things to camouflage the pitch selection. Youkilis through the left side. Pedroia's around third. He's going to score, and the Red Sox have retaken the lead.
And the stolen base pays off for the Red Sox. Not a big part of their game, the stolen base. But it'll pay off when you've got a good RBI man like Kevin Youkilis at the plate who will battle you. Youkilis a couple of seasons ago drove in 115 runs. Last year 94. A lot of them just like this. 2-out RBI single. Gets right under the glove of Jose Bautista. Good at bat by Youkilis.
Cito Gaston out here to talk to his pitcher. This is interesting. Gaston doesn't have anybody throwing. This is more about, I would think, pitch selection and about how they're using their pitches. He's looking at both the catcher and the pitcher about what they're using here and talking more about how he's going to pitch to these batters. Gaston saw something he didn't really like and went out to talk to both John Buck and Sean Kemp.
Yeah, you make a great point when he goes out there. Usually he's talking to the pitcher, but for me, looking at that, he was talking to both the catcher and the pitcher.
Yeah, the Red Sox have 9 runs on 12 hits already in this game. Mike Lowell takes an inside pitch for ball 1. Pulled foul. Top 3 batters in this Red Sox lineup have been on base 10 times. And that's very difficult to keep them from scoring. When you get the meat of the order up, they got a chance to advance them, move them around. But Scudero, Pedroia, and Euclid have been on base all night.
And they've scored 8 of the 9 runs.
1-1 to Lowell. Out in front of the plate. Bounced foul.
Would have been 9.
Euclid was called out.
Yeah, at the plate. The replay shows that he got his foot in there.
Sean Kemp gives up a 2-out RBI base hit to Kevin Euclid. Red Sox have retaken the lead at 9-8. Drive towards center. Vernon Wells has a beat on it, and he will make the catch, and Lowell's retired. But Kevin Euclid delivers an RBI base hit. To Fenway Park to see the Blue Jays in a series. And the Boston road trip just took a bump up to $4,600. John Buck cuts and misses the first pitch. Scott Atchison came on in the 4th inning in relief of Josh Beckett. John Buck up the middle. Scudero's there behind the bag at second and throws out the Jays catcher. 1 down.
You were talking about the bullpen getting overworked for the Boston Red Sox. They gave up 11 runs in just over 8 innings against the Baltimore Orioles. So Terry Francona somehow has to try and piece this together to get through it. There's the bullpen. Scott Schoenweiss, that's him back there. He has been throwing, and he is loose if Atchison gets into trouble.
One out for Travis Snyder, who swings at the first pitch and skies it to left field. Bill Hall, 2 quick outs. Well, it's really hard to explain the impact of having to go to your bullpen night after night in the 3rd and 4th inning, but it has a domino effect. It'll catch up with the relievers. You have 7 pitchers down there, and you'd like to spread out the workload.
Can we put Wakefield out there just yet?
Yeah, I think he's headed out there. Daisuke Matsuzaka, who is on the DL, is scheduled to pitch on Saturday. Fred Lewis takes the first pitch strike. Wakefield, he is headed to the bullpen, and I don't think he's really too excited about it. He hasn't pitched in relief in the regular season for 6 years. Fred Lewis is going to be trouble. Beltre has no play.
And he knows it too.
Stick it in your pocket.
Yeah.
Right off home plate. A high bounding ball. And Beltre had no play. A 2-out infield hit for Fred Lewis. This is where the Red Sox have been most vulnerable, giving up the stolen base.
In spades, the worst in the American League.
Aaron Hill takes the first pitch down. A ball and no strikes. 2 outs. Red Sox up 9-8 as the Jays bat here in the 5th inning. Jason Varitek hasn't thrown out a base runner. They've had 11 steals with Varitek behind the plate. He's yet to catch one.
That's getting a lot of play in Boston. The stolen base against the Red Sox.
Well, Atchison trying to keep Lewis anchored at first base.
Red Sox catchers last year gave up 151 stolen bases, the most in baseball. Last year they threw out just 13% of base runners, easily the lowest in all of baseball. You think it would get a little bit better for them, but it hasn't so far this year.
2 balls and no strikes.
Twins have been the best in the American League with Joe Mauer behind the plate. Blue Jays right there, second caught stealing percentage this year. Look at down at the bottom, 14th, 2%.
38 stolen bases and 1 caught stealing. 2 balls, no strikes to Aaron Hill. 3 balls and no strikes. If Aaron Hill had a few more at-bats under his belt, you might give him the green light here.
Right.
I don't think that's the case. The left-hander, Scott Schoenweiss, is standing by, ready. Ball 4. Everybody was surprised that was ball 4. Aaron Hill, the pitcher and the catcher. Batting lesson with Aaron Hill is currently up to 4,200. Great opportunity to meet an all-star, a silver slugger, Aaron Hill, and you can have a chance to have a first-hand one-on-one lesson with Aaron Hill in the batting cage and stand around and watch BP. Billy Francona's come out of the dugout. He's going to make a pitching change here. The left-hander Scott Schoenweiss will come on to face Adam Lynn. game.
When spring training was winding down, the Boston Red Sox were looking for that second left-hander in their bullpen. Schoenweiss actually went to spring training with Milwaukee and was released by the Brewers on March the 25th, signed the next day by the Boston Red Sox, received the invitation to spring training as a non-roster, made the team, and now is that second left-hander with Okajima for Terry Francona. Veteran, has been around a while, doesn't throw hard, he's mostly a sinker-slider type pitcher. Left-handed specialist, and the first man he will face is Adam Lind, who has never faced him before.
Schoenweiss has allowed 3 of 7 inherited base runners to score. He has inherited 2 here in the 5th. Then takes a first pitch strike. 9-8. The Red Sox lead it. Bottom of the 5th inning, 2 outs. Third Red Sox pitcher of the night, Scott Schoenweiss. Swinging a drive up the middle, base hit. Fred Lewis around third. He's getting the wave. The throw from center field will be cut off. We're tied again at 9.
A manager has to know his ball club. After the first 2 outs, he had Schoenweiss up. First 2 batters of this inning got out very quickly, and all of a sudden an infield single, a walk. He had the left-hander ready. This is the matchup he wanted, but it backfires on him. A 1-0 fastball right down the middle to a good RBI man, and Lynn doesn't waste any time shooting it right back through the middle for the RBI.
Well, we're seeing Adam Lynn now use the whole field. He had an opposite field home run on Saturday against Tampa Bay, and now that ball right back up the middle. Early in the season, he was too pull conscious.
Right.
So it's 9-9 now, still 2 on, 2 outs for Vernon Wells. Schoenweiss misses outside. What do you say about these? It's the old barn burner. 9 runs on 12 hits for both ball clubs. Vernon Wells batting with 2 outs. Takes one right at the knees for a strike. Wells has 2 doubles tonight. Doubled in the first and doubled in the third. Came in to score in that 6-run third inning. Down and in. 2 balls and a strike. Aaron Hill walked. He's at second. Adam Lind single, drove in a run. He's at first. Wells to Beltre, who will cut off the base runner and tag Aaron Hill. But the Jays have tied it up. RBI base hit by Adam Lind. We're tied at 9.
going to the 6th inning now. For now, let's send it back up to Buck and Pat, guys.
Thanks, Ivanka. Great job. And we do have plenty of time left the way this game is going. Probably 7, 8 more runs to be scored, and plenty of time for you to call and support the Jays Care Foundation. There are the numbers. 2 balls and no strikes to leadoff batter J.D. Drew here in the 6th. There's a strike.
They have shifted now, J.D. Drew, now that he is ahead in the count, 2-0. 2-1 now. Look at Bautista, the third baseman, playing almost right behind second base. I mean, that is an exaggerated shift.
Yeah, I haven't seen this much of an exaggerated shift on J.D. Drew in the past. He's obviously, according to the spray chart for the Jays, they expect him to pull it sharply on the ground. It goes the opposite way. Fred Lewis on the warning track just in front of the wall and holds it in. Drew's retired.
That's soft stuff. It was almost 4 guys on the right side of the infield, so you got to figure he's going to throw him soft stuff. Crosses up the shift by flying out deep to left field.
Now Jason Varitek, he's had a big night at the plate. A pair of 2-run singles. Both to center field. Cuts and misses at the first pitch. Sean Kemp jumps out ahead. It's 9-9 as both of these clubs have had their hitting shoes on tonight.
Good pitch there.
That's that off-speed pitch. It's got a lot of late sink on it. I think that's the same pitch that Camp threw to Euclid, but left it up a bit. Euclid pulled it through the left side for a hit. 0-2 to Varitek. Cut on and hit into center field, and that's in front of Vernon Wells. Varitek has 3 hits. That shattered his bat. And looked like it was a knuckleball hitting out to center field. There you see the barrel end of the bat past the pitcher's mound. But Varitek has his 3rd hit of the night, all to center.
Vernon Wells wasn't really sure where this ball was going to go. I think you're right. It had the knuckleball effect to it. He breaks back, and now he's going to break in and watch it just dive right in front of him. Varitek has his first 3-hit game of the season.
Adrian Beltre. Big rip at the first pitch. Beltre had a 2-run double in the 3rd. Breaking ball inside. Beltre signed as a free agent. Second time in his career he was a free agent. He started initially with the Dodgers, went to Seattle as a free agent. Always been regarded as one of the premier defensive third basemen. Casey Jansen loosening up. Two balls and a strike to Beltre. Another broken bat, base hit to center. Beltre hit it off the end of the bat. The bat exploded, but the ball went into center field.
Yeah, and it's one of those nights.
Yeah.
As a pitcher, you say, I make a great pitch, shatter his bat. He hits it off the end of the bat. Why can't he hit a one-hopper to the shortstop, double play him out of the inning? But Beltre's strong enough. He gets enough of it, and he just muscles it out into center field. That bat shattered into 3 different pieces. And he's happy about it, his second hit.
Yeah, and it looked like another changeup that he hit right off the end of the bat. And Bruce Walton has come out to talk to Camp here. Like you say, it's just one of those nights. You can make good pitches and you get flared somewhere.
Yep.
Make a bad pitch, he gets hammered.
You've seen it too, where you throw pitches right down the middle and they pop it up.
Yep.
Not tonight.
Let's check in with Sam Cosentino.
Well, guys, a couple of broken bats there. Major League Baseball continues to monitor that situation at any course in time. Major League Baseball representative will check in with the equipment managers of the respective teams, where they will catalog the broken bats, and as far as who's pitching, who's hitting, what type of model it is, what make it is, in order to try and make the game safer. But in order to do that, they must collect all the information first. That is an ongoing process.
Now, Jeremy Hermida has come off the bench to hit here for Bill Hall, with 2 on and 1 out. Cut on and missed, and he's behind 0-2.
Transaction that might have gone under the radar by the Boston Red Sox. Hermida coming over from the Florida Marlins. He was a big-time prospect for Florida.
First round pick, 11th pick overall, 2002. Fights one off. Never really clicked in Florida. 2007, he hit 296 with 18 homers and 63 RBI. That was his biggest offensive season.
You're drafted that high. 11th pick overall, first round pick. People always want more. It's a lot to live up to.
Hermida in a hole, 0-2. Just missed the outside corner. Sean Kemp looking for that ground ball. Veritek's at second. Beltre's at first. Struck him out. Looked like a breaking ball down and in, and Hermida goes down swinging.
Well, if you can't get the ground ball out, get something where the runners cannot move up. And a strikeout does the job. John Buck slides over and makes the catch on that ball in the dirt.
And now Cito Gaston's going to go to the pen without hesitation. Or 416-341-1495. Lots of guys standing by. Nobody's got a phone in their hand, so make the phones ring. First pitch swing. McDonald lifts it down the left field line. Varitek comes in to score. They're going to stop Beltre at third, and the Red Sox have retaken the lead at 10-9. First pitch swinging. Darnell McDonald drives a double off Casey Jansen down the left field corner.
Not wasting any time as McDonald looked like a breaking ball that just hung up over the middle of the plate. Doesn't waste any time, and he stings it down the left field line, hooks it into the corner. Varitek will score easily from second base. Beltre, not taking anything for granted, came hard around third base but was held up by Tim Bogar. McDonald picks up his first double of the season, and just like that, 10-9.
And two more in scoring position for Marco Scutaro. 2 outs here. Top of the 6th. Scutaro takes a first pitch strike. Back and forth all night long. Red Sox jumping out to a 5-0 lead. To see that evaporate in the bottom of the 3rd inning as the Jays scored 6 in the 3rd. Foul out of play. The Red Sox tonight had plenty of scoring opportunities, but they have delivered. Tonight, with runners in scoring position, the Red Sox have gone 9 for 17. Cashing in on their scoring opportunities. Scutaro bats with 2 on. Ball down, ball and 2 strikes on the Red Sox leadoff hitter. Scutaro has scored 3 times tonight. He has a pair of hits. He walked once. This is his 5th plate appearance, and we're in the 6th inning. A ball and 2 strikes. Laid off the outside pitch.
He's so quiet at the plate. Doesn't really go out there and attack the ball. Lets it come to him. And when he gets to 2 strikes, he shortens things up, spreads out just a little bit more, and tries to shoot the ball to the right field.
They'll start over with the signs. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Beltre's at 3rd, McDonald's at 2nd. On the ground to 3rd. Bautista is going to have to make a good play. Wide of the mark. 1 run scores. Overbase saved in air. Infield hit for Marco Scutaro, and it is 11-9 Red Sox. Overbay did a good job to come off the bag knowing he didn't have a chance at Scutaro.
Yes, sometimes as a first baseman you have to do that. This is the only play that Bautista has. If he comes up and tries to plant his feet, he is not going to get Marco Scutaro. His only play was a throw on the run, and the ball tails on him a little bit. Scutaro beats it out for an infield single, an RBI. 16th hit of the night for the Red Sox.
And they have constantly hit with runners in scoring position. 1st and 3rd for Dustin Pedroia. Takes the ball down. Half of the Boston at bats tonight. 36 at bats, 18 times they've come to the plate with runners in scoring position. Plenty of opportunities to drive in runs. 11-9 Red Sox. Euclid on deck. Top 3 guys, and if batting order, have done damage all night long. Scutaro with 3 hits. He scored 3 runs. Pedroia has 2 hits. He scored 3 runs. Euclid has 3 hits, driven in a run, and he scored twice. A ball and a strike to the Red Sox second baseman. Takes the ball low.
Seems like he's been around forever. Pedroia, doesn't it? Played in his 500th big league game yesterday in Boston.
Knocks it out of play down the right field line. Pedroia is one of those guys that always had to prove he was worthy of playing time. On the way going back to college, he played at Arizona State. Walked in there and took over a job and became a major league prospect. Red Sox drafted him, and he just worked his way through the system and basically took over the second base job. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Down the right field line, it's going to slice into foul territory.
He might not be big and strong, but he's got a good idea up there, and he's got good hands. Power the ball out of the ballpark. He's had some years where he's had some big home run years.
17 home runs in 2008, hit 15 last year. Another 2-2 pitch inside, 3-2. In 2008, Dustin Pedroia had 213 hits. American League MVP. Spoils another good pitch. He doesn't give up an inch, does he?
No.
Never wastes an at bat, never takes anything for granted.
He's been on base 3 times. He's hit the ball hard 4 times. And he still wants more. Sign of a champion. Sign of a winner right there.
You never know when you're going to get a next opportunity.
Yeah, and it rubs off on everybody else.
3-2 pitch. Scudero's on the move. There's a drive down the left field line. That's going to get down. Here comes McDonald. He's in to score. Scudero's getting the go-ahead to throw from Gonzalez to the plate. In time, but Buck can't hold on to it. Scudero scores all the way from first base. Pedroia drives in 2. And it's 13-9.
Hit number 3 on the night for Dustin Pedroia. Another 2-out base hit. Sinking fastball in the inner half, and he rips it down into the corner. Aggressive base running this time by the Boston Red Sox, and it pays off. Short hops Buck at the plate. He can't handle it. Here comes Marco Scudero, and he comes around John Buck, the catcher, who was blocking the plate, as he scores the 13th run.
Kevin Youkilis takes a first pitch strike. 2 RBI for Pedroia. He's up to 15 now. Five hits in the inning for the Red Sox. That hit him, caught him on the arm, and Youkilis will take his base. The Blue Jays did a pretty good job on that relay from Lewis to Gonzalez. Gonzalez turned and unloaded in a hurry and made a pretty good throw to the catcher. A one-hop throw right on line, but John Buck couldn't handle it, and Scudero was able to score. But Lewis doesn't have a great arm, but he made a real quick throw to Gonzalez, who converted it very well. John Buck just couldn't handle that one-hopper. Mike Lowell.
You know, that's the whole key. As an outfielder, you're taught, get the ball and get it in. Find that infielder as quickly as possible. You don't have to have a great arm to pick up an assist. Just get it into where you need to and let the shortstop do the rest. John Buck just couldn't come up with that short hop to make the play at the plate.
1 ball, no strikes to Mike Lowell. There's a strike. Lowell is the 9th man to bat here in the 6th inning. Second time the Red Sox have done that tonight, send 9 men to the plate. That happened in the 3rd inning when they scored 4. They've scored 4 again here in the 6th. popped up. Shallow right field. Aaron Hill underneath it, and Lowell is retired. But the Red Sox score 4 runs on 5 hits.
To maybe get one of the big ticket items, you can always make a donation minimum of $100 and get a really cool Jays gift pack. It includes a couple of bobbleheads, a replica of the 92-93 World Series ring, photograph, a Jays hat, calendar, magnet schedule, and plenty more. Just call the number on your screen. As mentioned before, these ladies, they want to talk to you, so just call in and they will be more than happy to take your bid. We'll be right back with more.
Thanks, Ivanka, and certainly we want you to call in, make a donation, make a bid on those auction items. Lots of people available for the phone call. 13-9, Boston leads it here, bottom of the 6th inning. While Overbay facing Scott Schoenweiss. Schoenweiss came on with 2 outs in the 5th. 2 balls and no strikes.
Well, what Terry Francona doesn't want to see here after his team just scored 4 runs is another leadoff walk.
Just encourage the offense and get back in this thing. Jays have been down by 5. They trail by 4, and Overbay has 3 balls and no strikes. Took something off to throw a strike, 3-1. Swung on and hit deep toward right field. Darnell McDonald will watch it sail into the seats. Home run, Lyle Overbay. His 2nd of the season. And the Jays aren't done just yet.
No, they still got 4 kicks at it. Overbay finds himself into a good hitter's count. He's already had a double and a couple of RBIs, and now add another one. A high arching home run. 3-1 fastball. McDonald goes back.
looking for the solo shot to start the sixth, his second home run of the season. Manny Del Carmen, the fourth pitcher on tonight for the Red Sox.
Maybe the hottest pitcher for the Boston Red Sox. Check out some of the numbers here. Opponent's batting average .077. He has pitched really well for Terry Francona of late.
Most clubs in the big leagues have a real problem because they don't have a traditional long man. Most relievers are one inning guy, 2 at the most. But if you get a game like this where the starters, both teams have had their starters out in the third, you've got to use a lot of relievers to get through 9 innings.
In the olden days, you would send your starters who weren't doing anything down to the bullpen for this reason.
Yeah, especially if you had a blowout early, you'd send that starter down there and he might pitch 4 or 5 innings.
The one guy who comes to mind in the American League East for me is Mark Hendrickson for Baltimore, who was a swing man, has had more starts than relief appearances in his career. He could give you 4 or 5 innings out of the pen.
Gonzalez cuts on a 2-0 pitch and pulls it foul. But yeah, you don't see a traditional long man anymore, and most bullpens are set up with 1 inning specialists, guys that come in for an inning.
6th inning guy, a 7th inning guy, a left-hander here, an 8th inning guy.
Then you get into situations like this where you have to go to several different pitchers to get you through the game. 3-1. Jonathan Papelbon down in that bullpen. He had yesterday off as he had worked in 4 of the previous 5 games. So he is standing by. Three balls and a strike to Alex Gonzalez. High pop-up. Drifting into foul territory. Adrian Beltre. Del Carmen gets the first batter he faces. And there's 1 out.
Talked about Del Carmen and how well he has pitched of late. He's got a great arm. Good fastball, throws a good changeup. Actually hit 96 miles an hour over the weekend against the Baltimore Orioles.
Jose Bautista takes the first pitch strike. And Del Carmen's always been that power arm that can come in and rack up some quick outs, strike out a hit or 2, and then give way to the setup man, Okajima and Papelbon.
His problem is, or has been in the past, that he hasn't been able to throw consistently in the strike zone. Too many walks. But when he is on and he's throwing strikes and he's got that changeup working, this looks like it right here.
Long drive down the left field line, but that is going to be foul, and Bautista turned on that, and he had a great swing back in the 3rd inning with 2 on.
Same type of swing, but this time he keeps it fair. No doubt about it down the line for the home run. That capped off a 6-run 3rd inning.
His 4th of the season. He now has 15 RBI. One, 2 from Del Carmen. Lifted into center field, and Darnell McDonald retreats a couple of steps and makes the catch. 2 outs. Del Carmen's come in and retired the first 2 batters he's faced after the leadoff home run by Lyle Overbay. 13-10. Red Sox lead the Blue Jays. John Buck had an opposite field double his first time up. Del Carmen's got that wicked changeup to go with that 95-mile-an-hour heater. That looked like a pretty good pitch.
Yeah. Jason Varitek had set up on the inside part of the plate. Really didn't reach too far for it. Watch where the catcher is set up. Almost right down the middle.
1-1. Outside corner with a breaking ball. A ball and 2 strikes.
He can go about any way now. High fastball, good change. Right here. Oh, with 2 strikes, 1 and 2. Went with a high fastball.
2-2. Well, you can see Del Carmen has 3 quality pitches. Great fastball, live arm, late movement, good breaking ball, and an exceptional changeup. Going to drive towards center. Darnell McDonald is there, and Buck's retired. Del Carmen comes out of the bullpen, retires all 3 faces. And
His phone's ringing. Time is running out. Trying to beat last year's record of $42,500 raised in our Jays Care Foundation charity broadcast auction. Some awesome stuff still available at some very decent prices. The big winners right now, the All-Star Game road trip, as well as the Boston road trip, up at $5,200. But we need to get people on board for Ricky Romero. Hey, come spend some time with Ricky. Learn how to pitch. Get some in the action seats for the game. Spend some time with Ricky. Only $1,800 right now. The opening bid was $1,500, so still a deal to be had there. Again, we're trying to reach our goal or surpass our goal of $42,500 made in last year's broadcast auction. Guys?
thanks, Sammy, and obviously a lot of good deals to be had. That All-Star game in Anaheim, a great trip, a chance to see the Home Run Derby on Monday, the workout day. 2 balls and a strike to J.D. Drew. He fouls it down the left field line.
I wonder if you get a chance for the Futures game.
Yeah.
That's always fun.
That's on Sunday, and there's a lot of things going on surrounding that All-Star game. There are the phone numbers. Support the Jays Care Foundation. Call in one of those numbers, make a bid. Still a few minutes left in the auction. J.D. Drew hits one to center. Vernon Wells was there. Drew's retired. Well, if you go to Anaheim to see the All-Star game, you're just blocks away from Disneyland. Beautiful Southern California. It's a beautiful ballpark. They've renovated Angel Stadium there in Anaheim. And the All-Star game has really become a festive event.
Yeah.
Lots of things surrounding the game. The home run derby. The workout day is really a special opportunity. And the park is gorgeous. And they're going to put on quite a show. You can bet on that. And to be able to go there, Anaheim, see the All-Star game and be part of the festivities is a great opportunity.
Sure, you can get some autographs out there. Some of the great stars of today. The beach isn't that very far. Not very far at all.
The bidding for the auction will stop 10 minutes at the end of the 7th inning. So make sure there's the All-Star Excursion. The current bid $4,000, but worth much more than that. There are the numbers: 416-341-1495 in Toronto, or 877-440-JAYS. A ball and 2 strikes on Jason Varitek. Ball's outside. 1 out here in the 7th. Back and forth all night long. Boston up by 3. Varitek strikes out. Ball down and in. He swings over the top of it. Casey Janssen picks up the strikeout. That's the first strikeout for Janssen. Janssen came on in relief in the 6th with 2 outs and gave up a double to Darnell McDonald. Jumps ahead of Adrian Beltre with a strike.
Pitchers have a little bit more zip on it this inning than when he first came in last inning.
Breaking ball he laid off of. A ball and a strike to the Red Sox third baseman. Beltre's had a couple of hits tonight. Had a 2-run double in the 3rd and a base hit and scored in the 6th. Just outside of 3rd. Into left field in front of Fred Lewis. Beltre with a big turn around first. He'll stop there.
We were talking an inning ago. It's just one of those nights. Casey Janssen made a great pitch there with 2 strikes. Watch where this pitch is. Down and away. Look at the swing. Kind of a half swing. He goes down and gets it. Gets a wood on it. That's a base hit. I mean, it's just one of those nights. If you're a pitcher, throw it anywhere close, and they're hitting it hard.
18th hit for the Red Sox tonight. Jeremy Hermida, who came on as a pinch hitter in the 6th, will bat for a second time and takes a strike.
Red Sox are blowing by their season high for runs in a game and hits in a game. Their season high heading into this game was 13 just a couple of days ago against the Texas Rangers.
The ball outside. Now, sometimes you get in this game as a catcher, you feel like telling the hitter what's coming. Hey, we're going to throw you a fastball. You make good pitches and they break their bats and things fall in. Then you make a pitch like that to Beltre and it gets stroked into left field for a base hit.
You know who was like that? Wade Boggs when he was with Boston. I mean, he was such a great 2-strike hitter. And I asked the pitcher, I said, okay, how do you get this guy out with 2 strikes? They say, I throw a ball right down the middle. He's not expecting it. He's that good of a hitter.
You confuse him. He doesn't know where to hit it. 2 balls and a strike to Jeremy Hermida. Ball down 3-1. Hermida pinched hit for Bill Hall in the 6th and struck out. Then he took over defensively in left field. Right on the corner.
And down. Unhittable pitch right there.
So with a full count, Overbay will move behind Beltre at first. Beltre will be off on the pitch. There goes the runner. Strike 3 call. Hermida didn't think so. He didn't like either one of those strike calls. Ed Hickok said it was on the corner, and Hermida strikes out for Travis Snyder will start things off here in the 7th inning against Manny Del Carmen. Takes a pitch up for ball 1. Del Carmen came on in relief after Lyle Overbay hit a home run off Scott Schronweiss. Del Carmen would then retire Gonzalez, Batista, and John Buck in order. Back out of play, 1-1. Seventh inning. Back and forth all night. Red Sox jumped out to a 5-0 lead in their half of the third. Blue Jays scored 6 in the bottom of the third. Off-speed pitch over. A ball and 2 strikes.
Del Carmen's got that good changeup. We can take a peek into his glove. Looks like he might go with something hard. Just on that quick shot.
Fouled into the glove of Veritek. He hangs on for the strikeout. Del Carmen's retired all 4 he's faced. Commentator clothing provided in part by Z Zenya. Statistical information provided by Stats Inc. Music provided by Universal Canada. One out for Fred Lewis. Moves back from an inside fastball. Lewis is 2 for 4 tonight. He tripled and scored in the third, and he had an infield hit and scored the tying run in the 5th. Popped it out of play. A ball and a strike to Fred Lewis, the Blue Jays left fielder. On the ground. Pedroia gets in front of him. Lewis is retired, 2 outs.
What a job by Del Carmen. Opponents aren't hitting anything off of him this year. We talked about his batting average against. It's under 100. 6 of his 7 outings have been scoreless. And right now, Terry Francona is like finally a guy who can throw a 0 up on the board in this big game.
Aaron Hill with 2 outs. Takes the ball outside. As you mentioned, just one of those nights where no matter where you throw it, chances are somebody's going to get wood on it and put it in play. 31 hits here tonight have led to 23 runs. Fouled straight back. Aaron Hill's been on base 3 times. He singled in the 3rd inning and then walked and scored in the 4th and walked in the 5th. Breaking ball hit to center. Darnell McDonald retreats just in front of the warning track, and Hill's retired. There's just about 10 minutes left, and you can see after the end of this 7th inning, we're going to have 10 minutes remaining. chance to make your call. So jump on the phones, make some bids, and you're really helping a very worthy cause, the Jays Care Foundation. So 7 minutes now remaining, and make sure you make a last-minute bid. You bid on those great items. Scott Downs comes on. He'll be the 5th pitcher to work here tonight for the Blue Jays. Casey Janssen went an inning and a third. Downs to Darnell McDonald, who takes the ball. A ball and no strikes to McDonald. There's a strike. McDonald had an RBI double in the 6th. That was the first batter Casey Janssen faced. Hit it down in the left field corner. Cut on and foul back out of play. Just under 7 minutes now left in the Blue Jays Care auction.
I was looking at that all-star excursion in between the innings. We were talking about it last. Did a round trip airfare for 2 to Los Angeles. 3 nights at the Doubletree guest suites in Anaheim. We've all stayed there. The ball teams used to stay there. Good pitch there by Downs as he gets McDonald.
Throw to first to retire McDonald.
2 tickets to watch the Home Run Derby. 2 tickets to watch the All-Star Game. 2 personalized Blue Jays jersey. And they're going to throw in a digital camera so you can take pictures of your favorite players.
Yeah, that's a great trip. And just over 6 minutes remaining on the auction. And make your call. Get in there. You also got a great trip to Boston to see the Jays play at Fenway Park. Yeah, the current bids: practice with a pro, $4,700. Boston road trip, $5,600. Jays VIP, $3,500. In the cage with Aaron Hill, $27,000. Same for Ricky Romero's pitching lesson. Marco Scudero up for a 6th time tonight. Golf in Gala, $2,800. The All-Star excursion up to $6,000. It's a great price, great opportunity. Cut on and missed by Scudero. 0-2. And certainly a lot of volunteers standing by. You get on the phone lines and make your call, make your bid. Just a few minutes remaining. 5 minutes left. 877-440 Jays. Down and in, and Scudero has to move out of the way. And certainly the volunteers, we thank them for all their hard work and a great opportunity. The 2nd annual Jays Care broadcast auction. There's some people there that don't have a phone to their ear. Chance to make a phone call. Just over 4 minutes left. A ball and 2 strikes on Marco Scudero. Strike 3 call. Inside corner. And Scott Downs has 2 strikeouts.
Yeah, this is good to see if you're the Blue Jays. Scott Downs had his troubles down in Tampa against the Rays on Saturday. But now he comes in here working quickly, throwing strikes. 2 up, 2 down, both of them by strikeouts.
Dustin Pedroia reached base 4 times tonight. 3 hits, a fielder's choice. Driven in 2 runs. Scored 3 times. The only time he was retired, he hit a bullet right at the 3rd baseman in his first at bat. Outside. 2 balls and no strikes. 3 minutes and 36 seconds remaining in the Jays Care Foundation broadcast auction. Last minute bid, you can make a Jays fan very happy. Surprise him with a trip to the All-Star Game. High fly ball to center field. Should be an easy play for Wells. 3 up, 3 down. Scott Downs with a great inning. Jays Care auction. There are the numbers: 877-440-JAYS or 416-341-1495. Make a last-minute bid and make some Jays fan happy. Look at the prices going up very quickly. All-Star Excursion at $6,000. Practice with a Pro, Aaron Hill hitting lesson, about to be updated. $5,600. Great job. Hideki Okajima comes on and throws a first pitch strike to Adam Lind.
What a valuable pitcher that Okajima has been the 3 years that he has spent with the Boston Red Sox. Spent 11 years with the Yomiuri Giants before pitching for the Nippon Ham Fighters in 2006. Strike two. He became an unrestricted free agent after that season and then signed with the Red Sox. That's how they acquired him. He has been a very valuable pitcher in that bullpen from the left side. Made an all-star game his first season.
Base hit left field, Adam Lind. 2 strike going the other way, and Lind looks hotter and hotter with every game. 3 hits tonight, and he drilled that ball over the shortstop into left field.
0-2, too much of the plate by Okajima. Fastball right down the middle, and you're right, Adam Lind has been on base 4 times now tonight.
So Vernon Wells will step to the plate. Blue Jays trail by 3 as they bat in the 8th inning. The Jays Care Foundation auction is officially closed, and we want to thank all of you who have made your bids tonight. And you sold out the $100 gift packages. We sold 200 of those, and great job by the volunteers. We certainly appreciate all the support of all of you that have called in to make bids. It's a great cause. 2nd annual Blue Jays Care Foundation. We will show you all of the bid winners on Connected shortly after the game tonight. You'll have a chance to see who won and whether or not your bid stood up. But again, thank you all so much for your great contributions to a great cause. Vernon Wells with a ball on the strike. Adam Lind at first base. Check swing pop up. Euclid is going to run out of room. A ball and 2 strikes on the Blue Jays center fielder. Wells had a couple of doubles in his first 2 at-bats. And he lined a bullet at Kevin Euclid at first base. Euclid made a diving catch to his right. Took away a hit from Wells. Inside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Daniel Bard is ready down in the bullpen. Big right-hander. Jonathan Papelbon on the left of your screen. He's the closer. He starts to loosen up about this time. Sensing he might get an opportunity to pitch here. He did not pitch in yesterday's game, had the day off. 2-2 to Wells. Inside off the plate, just missed.
Surprised a little bit that Kevin Euclid is going to hold the runner on with a 3-run lead. Adam Lind really not a threat to steal. They're down by 3 runs. You mentioned that bullet that Vernon Wells hit that 2 times ago for a base hit. Surprised a little bit that Euclid isn't playing behind the runner to close off that hole on the right side of the infield.
Off Okajima in the air. Pedroia can't make a play. It's an infield hit for Vernon Wells. Just one of those nights.
Yeah. That ball looked like it was heading into center field for a clean base hit. Kick save by Okajima. But that caused the ball to spin a little bit, put some serious English on the ball. Watch this ball hit hard. Another 2-strike hit by the Blue Jays. Spinning on the ball, and that's why Pedroia couldn't come up with it. That ball bounced and then hit the shoe of Okajima.
Well, you never know on a night like tonight. Jays have been down by as many as 5. They trail by 3 now. First and second, nobody out for Lyle Overbay. Up and away, ball 1. Overbay just 2 for 12 against Okajima. That's a pretty good sampling considering Okajima generally works an inning during the game.
Or a left-handed left-on-left specialist. And it's usually at the end of the game.
Overbay into center field. That's going to get down in front of McDonald. Here comes Lynn around third. He'll score. Wells goes to third. And it's a 2-run game.
First of all, the piece of hitting by Overbay. Staying back now, really not overcommitting himself like he was earlier in the season. Stays back on this Okajima pitch. Should stay on that back leg long enough to drive that ball to left field. Now, Vernon Wells knows how center field is supposed to be played. McDonald is going to play deep because the tying run is at the plate. And he
The 6th Red Sox pitcher comes on. Daniel Bard makes his 11th appearance of the season.
Big, tall right-hander with great stuff. Good fastball, hard curveball. That's how he gets all those strikeouts that you see right there. 12 of them.
Alex Gonzalez cuts and fouls the first pitch back. First and third, nobody out. 3 consecutive hits off Hideki Okajima. Knocked him out of the game. Another good night for Alex Gonzalez. Breaking ball out in front and chased.
That's a serious left turn right there on that breaking ball from Daniel Bard. struck out the side yesterday in Boston. Second time in his career that he did that.
0-2 to Gonzalez. Laid off a high one. 15 pitches yesterday to strike out the side.
Yeah.
Very efficient. Big arm. Anytime the Red Sox are in trade discussions with any ball club, Daniel Bard is the first topic of discussion. That generally ends any kind of trade talks.
And that'll be enough of that.
A ball and 2 strikes to the Jays shortstop. Gonzalez, defensive swing, fights off a good pitch. Protect the strike zone. This is the first time Gonzalez has faced Bard. He was his teammate last year. Breaking ball gets him. Big sweeping breaking ball, and Bard records the strikeout.
With that big breaking ball, you can't go up there looking for it because he throws so hard in the upper 90s. You just hope to foul a pitch like that off and keep the at-bat alive. Good homestand for Daniel Bard. Red Sox were just home for 10 games. He pitched 4 2/3 innings, had 5 strikeouts.
Bautista with a homer tonight. Good rip of a fastball, 99 miles an hour. Bautista's 4th home run of the season was a 3-run shot back in the 3rd inning. Outside. Back and forth all night long, and the Jays have done a pretty good job of hitting with runners in scoring position. 7 for 14 tonight against the Boston pitchers. Right field. Wells going back to tag up. Drew sets up. Here comes Wells. Here comes the throw. Not in time.
See how important that was for Vernon Wells to move up on that single to center field when he was at first base? That's why, because it gets you 1 run closer on a medium fly ball to right field by Bautista. Just a heads-up play. That is not very deep. J.D. Drew used to be able to throw a lot better than what he is now. Really no chance to get Wells at the plate, so Jays pull within 1 run.
It's a 1-run game. John Buck. Fastball on the outside corner at 98 miles an hour. Buck a double in 4 trips tonight.
He had a good one to hit there, didn't he?
I don't know how good it is at 99.
yeah. But it was right down the middle. Oh,
he
boy.
had a good cut at it.
He'll supply the power. You just make sure the barrel of the bat is out in front of home plate.
0-2. Overbay at first. 2 down. Breaking ball. Kevin Gregg is ready down in the Jays bullpen. The Red Sox will send Euclid, Lowell, and Drew to the plate in the top of the 9th. It's a 1-run game, 13-12.
And that is nothing new for the Red Sox. They have played 7 one-run games already this year.
Their bullpen hasn't been quite as consistent as it will be as the season unfolds. A lot of good arms down in that pen. Daniel Bard hooks in. A ball and 2 strikes on John Buck. Inside off the plate. 2-2. Bottom of the 8th inning. Lyle Overbay at first base. Overbay with 4 RBI tonight. Stays alive. Lyle Overbay with a double, a home run, and a single. And 4 driven in. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Breaking ball, strike 3. Daniel Bard strikes out 2. Gives up a sac fly.
Gaston is thinking right now, bringing in his closer. Hold it right there. Let's see if we can win it in the bottom of the 9th inning. Kevin Gregg hasn't worked since Friday when he was stretched out for 4 outs to pick up that 5th save down in Tampa. And he has done one heck of a job this year. You can tell by those numbers.
Done a great job of throwing strikes coming right at the hitters. Euclid, Lowell, and Drew here in the 9th. This is down and away. 13-12. Euclid has been on base 5 times tonight. 3 singles, a walk. He was hit by a pitch. Scored 2 runs, drove in a run, and made a fine defensive play, robbing Vernon Wells of a base hit. Up and away, ball 2. Euclid sharply on the ground, but Bautista has it. 1 down. Jonathan Papelbon, the big closer, had worked in 4 of the previous 5 games prior to yesterday's game in Boston. Got the day off. So he is getting loose. Looking forward to the save opportunity. Mike Lowell. Cuts and misses the first pitch. Fastball down.
Doesn't look like he's throwing very hard. He's got that funky windup where he short arms the ball, but that's 92 miles an hour. And as a hitter, very deceptive. He was telling me the last homestand how he's picked up a pitch where he throws a sinker this year. Bruce Walton taught him the sinker that helps him to keep the ball in on right-handers. And he'll get a lot of ground ball outs.
Gonzalez, overbay, 2 down. 2 big outs by Kevin Gregg. Looking for a third. It's a 1-run game here in the 9th. For the Jays in the bottom of the 9th, it'll be 9-1-2. Snyder, Lewis, and Aaron Hill. Fouled at the plate. J.D. Drew. 1 for 4 tonight with a walk. Outside corner. 0-2. Jason Varitek, big night, stands on deck. 3 hits and 4 driven in for Varitek. Outside. A ball and 2 strikes. Strike 3 call. J.D. Drew didn't think so. Kevin Gregg did his job. 1, 2, 3 in the top of the 9th. Now it's up to the hitters. Against Jonathan Sanchez. Ryan Howard of the Phillies signed a huge deal today, 5 years, $125 million. East in Ontario. Stay tuned for Connected for the Jays post game and full auction update right after the ball game. Jonathan Papelbon comes out of the Red Sox bullpen. He is the 7th Red Sox pitcher tonight.
10th time already this year that Terry Francona has gone to his big closer. 5 for 5 this year in save opportunities. Good fastball, slider, and a splitter that he'll use for strikeouts. 8 walks already this year. More walks than hits for Papelbon.
Travis Snyder. Good cut right back to the screen. Big rip of the fastball. Jays are down by a run. Snyder 0 for 3 with a walk. It'll be Snyder, Lewis, and then Aaron Hill against Papelbon. And if anybody can get on, Adam Lynn. Wicked ball in the dirt. A ball in the strike.
You mentioned Adam Lynn. That, as this inning starts to set up, there are the numbers for Papelbon in his career versus the Blue Jays. 34 games. He hasn't blown a save yet. But I'm thinking of Adam Lynn. And if you're a Blue Jay fan, you got to think, just give me a chance. Give me a chance to get Lynn to the plate. That means that somebody's on or we're tied. The best hitter against their best reliever.
1-1 to Snyder. Cut on the foul back. Lynn with 3 hits and a walk tonight. And an RBI in the 5th. Jays need a base runner. Struck him out. High fastball. Papelbon strikes out Snyder to start the ninth.
And they have used that. The Red Sox have used that very effectively against Travis Snyder. 2 strikes. Jason Varitek wants that fastball up over the hands. They don't think he can catch up to it. And he doesn't right there for the first out.
Fred Lewis. A triple and an infield hit. He scored twice tonight. Jumps on the first pitch and fouls it out of play. Lewis's first look at Jonathan Papelbon. He didn't get cheated.
No.
Had a good cut at that high fastball.
Recognizing the fastball early and letting it go. Now, if you're catching, do you put down splitter now? After watching a guy take a healthy swing like that on your fastball?
Yeah, you got to think he's cheating to get to the fastball, and you might be able to get him to chase one in the dirt. 0-2 to Fred Lewis. Down, but he laid off. A ball and 2 strikes.
Thing about his splitter is it's almost 90 miles an hour. It's hard and it goes down. You've got to recognize it early to lay off of it.
On the ground, Scudero has it. Go to first base, and Lewis is retired. Blue Jays down to their final out. Aaron Hill. Two for 10 against Papelbon. First pitch, breaking ball for a strike. No balls and a strike. Fouled out of play. The Jays Care Foundation tonight has raised $53,200. We want to thank all of you that have bid on these great items. It's a new record. Second annual auction has been a success, and thank you so much for your support. You can see the winners on Connected right after this game. Jays down to the last strike. Popped him up. Shallow right field. J.D. Drew. Sox win. Jonathan Papelbon picks up his 6th save of the season. Jason Varitek with a big night at the plate. 4 RBI. Blue Jays fall short. Boston takes the opener 13-12. Stay tuned for Connected.